Well, a very good afternoon to you, and you are right on time for this live broadcast of the National Assembly afternoon sitting on this day, on this second day of May, the year 2023. And this live broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Members of the National Assembly will this afternoon be voting on the report of the proceedings of the first ordinary session of the 6th Pan-African Parliament. This report was laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 28th February, the year 2023, and members participated in the debate on the contents of the report, and this afternoon a question will be put for members to vote on this report. Again, members will be considering the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 26 constituencies, and this is a motion that will be moved by the Chairperson, Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee, Honorable Gideon Mulyungi, and the member will be seeking the House to adopt this report that is touching on 26 constituencies in the counties of Mombasa, Kilifi, Kwale, Taita Taveta, Lamu, and Tana River for the financial years of 2013-2014, 2014-2015, and 2015-2016. And this report was laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 25th of April, the year 2023. So this is a motion that members will this afternoon be considering the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, commonly referred to as NGCDF, for 26 constituencies that are based in the county of Mombasa, Kilifi, Kwale, Taita Taveta, Lamu, and Tana River. The report of the Kenyan delegation to the Parliamentary Dialogue on United Nations Convention Against Corruption and Global Parliamentarians Against Corruption Annual General Meeting is a motion that will also be moved this afternoon on the floor of the National Assembly chambers. It will be moved by the leader of the delegation, and the member will be seeking the House to note that the report of the Kenya delegation to the Parliamentary Dialogue and United Nations Convention Against Corruption and Global Parliamentary Against Corruption Annual General Meeting held in Doha, Qatar from 8th to 9th of 2023 March, that was laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 26th April, the year 2023. Well, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, is in the chambers. He will be presiding over this afternoon sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, twakusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na tujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, you may ring the division bell.
Well, the standing order of the National Assembly Standing Order 34 that talks on the quorum at the commencement of the House indicates that a quorum of the House or of a committee of the whole House shall be 50 members. And 2 of 34 says if there is not a quorum present when the chair is taken, at the time appointed for a meeting of the House, immediately after the saying of the prayer, the Speaker shall order the bell to be rung for 10 minutes. So what the Speaker has just directed is a 10-minute quorum bell. This is to enable the House achieve its requisite quorum at the commencement of the House. And this is 50 members. So currently is a quorum bell, and once the number is achieved, then the sergeant at arms will indicate or alert the Speaker, and the Speaker will call the House to order for the commencement of the House business. Standing Order 34-2 continues to say that the Speaker shall order the bell to be rung for 10 minutes, and if no quorum is present at the expiration of the 10 minutes, the Speaker may direct that the bell be rung for a further 5 minutes. And if there is still no quorum present, the Speaker shall adjourn the House forthwith to the next sitting. So currently, members within the precincts of the Parliament are expected to walk into the chambers. The quorum bell, of course, is to give room for those who are yet to get into the chambers to be able to walk in and enable the House achieve its requisite quorum and allow the business to kick off. So we will be watching to see whether the 50 quorum number is achieved, and the business will, with no further delay, begin. Well, as you can see, the Sergeant at Arms has just indicated that the quorum has been achieved. So allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Good afternoon. My name is Kamche Menza.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the National Assembly. Honorable Ruku. Order. Honorable members, it's decent if you want to take calls. There are rooms behind the speaker's seat. There are also some rooms out there where you can go and take calls. It's better that way. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the National Assembly of the Republic of Zambia who are seated in the speaker's row. The delegation comprises, when I call your name, honorable visitors, you may stand to be acknowledged. The Honorable Tuambo Elvis Mutinta, MP, delegation leader. The Honorable Sibongile Mwamba, MP. The Honorable Elias Daka, MP. The Honorable Hudson Mabeta, MP. The Honorable Davis Chisopa, MP. The Honorable Akleo Ives Aaron Danda, MP. The Honorable Tyson Simuzingili, MP. The Honorable Alex Katakwe, MP. The Honorable Golden Mwila, MP. The Honorable Chrysosta Firi Halwindi, MP. The delegation is accompanied by Mr. Alvin Himululi, Secretary to the delegation. Honorable members, the delegation, which is drawn from the Committee on Education, Science and Technology of the National Assembly of Zambia, is in the country on a study visit to our parliament. Specifically, the delegation seeks to share and learn best practices on the legal and policy framework supporting the free education policy in Kenya. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the House, I wish to welcome them to the National Assembly and wish them fruitful engagements with their counterparts. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 2nd of May, 2023. 1. Estimates of revenue and expenditure for the state corporations of Government of Kenya for the financial year 2023-2024 from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. 2. Judiciary's expenditure estimates for the financial year 2023-2024 and the medium term, and the following accompanying documents from the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary. A. Program Performance Report, PPR, for the financial year 2019-2020 to 2021-2022. B. Medium-term Expenditure Framework, MTF, Budget Report for the financial year 2023-2024 to 2025-2026. C. Program-Based Budget for the financial year 2023-2024 to 2025-2026. And D. Expenditure Estimates for the financial year 2023-2024, 2025-2026, Recurrent and Development. 3. Budget Estimates for the financial year 2023-2024 from the Judicial Service Commission, Vote 2051. 4. Annual Report and Financial Statements for financial year ended 30th June 2019 from the University of Nairobi. 5. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2022. A. National Drought Management Authority. B. Kenya Technical Trainers College. C. National Biosafety Authority. D. Kenya Meat Commission. E. Northern Waterworks Development Agency. F. Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation. G. Deposit Insurance Fund, the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation. H. Staff Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme, and Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation. I. Technical University of Mombasa. J. Bandari Maritime Academy and K, Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable members have a short communication on guidance on consideration of the budget estimates for financial year 2023-24. Honorable members, Article 221 of the Constitution as read with the Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 requires the National Assembly to consider the estimates of revenue and expenditure of the national government, Parliament, and the judiciary for each financial year. These estimates, once approved by the National Assembly, form the basis for the Annual Appropriation Act. Honorable members, as you may be aware, the estimates have since been submitted and tabled before the National Assembly as required by the law. Consequently, and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 235, the estimates now stand committed to respective departmental committees to consider and make recommendations to the Budget and Appropriations Committee within 21 days. The departmental committees are required to engage with the relevant stakeholders to ensure the participation of all players in the process. Honorable members, it should be noted that the Budget and Appropriations Committee is required to discuss and review the budget estimates and make recommendations to the House, taking into account the recommendations of the departmental committees, the views of the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, and the general public. Honorable members, noting the importance of the budget-making process, the respective committees are required to urgently commence the consideration of the estimates. I'm aware that the clerk has made appropriate arrangements to facilitate committees to carry out this important mandate. Indeed, members will note that the House is scheduled to proceed for recess this week to allow committees to embark on this activity. I therefore encourage members to actively participate in the exercise to ensure that their views and those of their electorate are incorporated in the final national budget. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Next order. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your indulgence. Honorable Speaker, following that communication, I think, Honorable Speaker, is important. I was just scanning through the House, and I think I can count not more than 5 or 6 of our committee's chairs. Honorable Speaker, as we expressed in the House Business Committee, is becoming a matter of concern now that chairs of committees are not in the House, not at the time the House rises. And Honorable Speaker, I think it is important that we do communicate on the floor the discussion we had in the House Business Committee, that if a chair of a committee is not in the House, the bare minimum, the vice chair must be in the House at the time the House is rising. Honorable Speaker, following that communication, the budget estimates processing is the most important business that we have in this session of Parliament, and it's a matter of concern that the chairs, especially of departmental committees, will be charged with processing these estimates, are not even in the House at the time you are making that communication, Honorable Speaker. And I really just wanted to take that this opportunity to implore on the chairs again, as much as we have another meeting, as I did indicate in the House Business Committee, but it's good for the general membership of the House to take charge of their committees and ensure their full participation in checking the budget estimates, because this is the most important business of this House. And unlike even our sister House in the Senate, Honorable Speaker, we are charged with that rare privilege to be the House, the budget-making House. And it is indeed a great honor and privilege to serve, to oversight government and the budget, and we must make use of the long recess. Honorable Speaker, it is a long recess, but it is usually the most busy working recess that we have, unlike the recess that we recess in December, that is longer and want to rest. This is usually a working recess, and I really want to implore on the membership of the House across the political divide to avail themselves during the recess in committees to process the budget estimates. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, take that intervention by the Majority Leader very seriously. As Chair of House Business Committee, in fact, the Majority Leader is more polite than he was in the House Business Committee. He took a very strong view of chairman and vice chairman of committees who take a full week without stepping in the House. Yet your first duty is to this House. And I remember him saying that every choice has attendant consequences. I don't know what he meant. But members, you are advised, particularly chairpersons and your deputies. If you all attend the House, this House will never have a quorum hitch. And we hope and expect that you'll adhere to what your leader is saying. And I hope the leader is also not issuing empty threats so that the House can have a proper quorum. Next order. Yes, Chepkonga.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for your communication and the Majority Leader's very serious observation.
Are you also a chair?
Yeah, I'm a chair, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have noted also this with some concern. You know, while I was a commissioner with the Parliamentary Service Commission, we obligated all the members of staff to sign something called performance contracting. You know, all chairs should know, and vice chairs should know, that they are on performance contracting. It is a shame that we expect members of staff to have different performance standards as opposed to that of the leadership of the House, Mr. Speaker. I was in the 11th Parliament. I hardly remember a day in which the bell was rung at 2:30. At 2:30, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't matter whether we are not being paid sitting allowance. Sitting allowance was just a small amount of money, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the amount of salary that we negotiated as commissioners in the last Parliament, Mr. Speaker, that covers even including the sitting allowance, Mr. Speaker. So we have no reason why we should not make this as our business number one. We are elected to legislate. We are elected to do oversight. And this is the place where we do all those things, Mr. Speaker. So I totally support, and Mr. Speaker, we used to have something we used to mark to show the attendance of members who was the best debater. In the 11th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I was defeated only by Wamalwa. I was number 2, Mr. Speaker. I think the same ranking should be, we should restore the same ranking so that we can show members who have been coming, who have been in attendance, and we mark them, and the constituents would know. Let them not shout at us, Mr. Speaker. They are here because they were elected to be here. So anybody who is shouting at us should not be here, Mr. Speaker. So I support wholeheartedly the Majority Leader. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ruku. Who else? Awesome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
This is a very important arm of government. And for us to be able to change the situation of this country, Mr. Speaker, the Parliament, and more so the National Assembly, must be able to praise law. And if we have chairmen who are not able to be actively involved in the matters of this House, so that we can be able to steer this country in the most appropriate way, Mr. Speaker, then I think it is important for the House Business Committee to reorganize these committees, and some of us are willing to serve in those committees as chairman, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Hassan. Honorable Hassan of Kamkunji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say that I was rather surprised by the comment of Mheshimiwa Chipkonga, because I served both in the 10th and the 11th Parliament, and I don't remember any competition among members of Parliament. But he has a point in the sense that I think there is a general lethargy, there's a general lack of commitment particularly among the younger, newer members of parliament, some of them who have been saddled with the responsibilities.
Order, honorable members. When a member is on a point of order, no other member can rise on another point of order.
Some of these new guys have been saddled with the chairmanships and vice chairmanship positions, of which they do not have the experience and the weight to be able to carry it into the House. But the other thing also, Mr. Speaker, is that I find that we are not getting enough feedback on the questions and the statements that we raise here in Parliament, which is a little bit disappointing, because one would expect that the chairpersons and the vice chairs would be running around to make sure that, in fact, the issues that are raised here are responded to in timely manner. And most of the time, they are completely absent from this House. So I think you should send them a very strong message, because they have a responsibility to be here, to listen to what is happening here, and to respond to members' requests relating to the committees that they chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I honestly don't want to escalate debate on this. McLap, what is the problem? Are you also a chair of a committee?
Mr. Speaker, I am ready to be a chairman of a committee or a vice chair, because I am loyal to the business of this House, because that is what the people of Baringo North sent me to come and do here. Mr. Speaker, and it is also wrong for the Honorable Kamukunji to impute members that new members have no knowledge and experience. As he checked our background, where we went to school and what we have been doing, we could be even more experienced than the other members who have been here, who are unable. The fact that they are not attending and they are vice chairman shows that they are incompetent. And we support our majority leader to replace them and give us an opportunity to serve this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
DK. Yes, member for Soy. There is a mic next to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it is very wrong for the member of parliament from Kamkunji to impute improper motive and say that the new members need to be coming here to learn. If there are members that have been coming in this house religiously, are the new members. It is only that we are always not given the opportunity and the chance to speak in this house. So when you are not given the chance to speak in this house, you have so many other business that you can do. But I can assure you, Chair, if we are given opportunity, we shall be in this house religiously every time there is the business of this house. So it is very improper for...
Sorry, you are not right. Members come to this house. You know, we are so many. Not everybody can speak every day. And the same way as you are speaking, the rest of your colleagues are listening to you. You also have a duty to listen to those who are given an opportunity to speak. I do not know of any other duty you have when the House is sitting other than being in this chamber. If any member is going to hawk some wares out there at the expense of being in the House, then you are letting down your electorate. I encourage each one of us, honorable members, when the House is sitting, there is nothing better than being in this House. You have free airtime, you are televised, you are given publicity, your constituents are watching you on YouTube, they're watching you on their telephones, they're watching you on TV, and assessing you for the next assignment. Yes. So I encourage you, honorable members. Yes, Mwenje.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to note that the Honorable Member for Kamukunji did not say that first-timers and new members. He might have used the term some, and there are some who have failed us. And I want to agree with my colleagues on the other side that they should be given those positions. But I also want to encourage the leader of majority that the people who are failing you are your members We are here, they chair the committees. So share them with the members who are there, and when you're done, we are seated here. You can give me a departmental committee, I'll not let you down. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mwenje, there are also chairmen and chairpersons on your side of the house who are not here. Yes. Njeri, you will be the last.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. I want to correct the Honorable Member for Kamukunji. We are young members, we're here, Honorable Speaker, and perhaps correct my colleague that we also get a chance to contribute to this house. I'm one of the young members who have been contributing on this floor. And Mr. Speaker, there are no people to learn from. So I don't know what the old members are telling us that we should be here to learn when they're not even attending. And we are ready to take the leadership of those departmental committees. Young members are ready, and we will always be here to support the agenda of the House and represent our constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There is a member waving his hand uncontrollably. Who is he? That is the women rep Kisi. Yes, Mheshimiwa?
Mike.
You have it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we come to Parliament, Mr. Speaker, we leave everything back, like being new member, being old member. That's why all of us probably are even in the same salary scale. We articulate issues depending on what ails us, not how long you've been in Parliament. We should not use that thing of your new member, you've not been here, in order to share any committee. When you look at me, Mr. Speaker, I'm very capable. That's why I share issues that affect Kisii County, issues to do with FGM, which we've not been hearing for a long time. So, Mr. Speaker, we are very capable and ready. What we need is that opportunity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We'll leave it there. Honorable members, order. Majority Leader, take your seat. Honorable members, take your seats. Honorable Maluli Njendi, that is not where you should be. Take your seats so that we have order in the House. Honorable Women Rep for Kisii and those members who are new, there is no harm in being called a newcomer. Definitely, even within the rank and file of Parliament, we have veterans, we have the fathers and mothers of the House, we have ranking members, and we have fresh men and women. There's absolutely no harm in even comparable jurisdictions. They will always have ranking members versus new arrivals. What is important is what you do with the space you have in this House. So I encourage you. I've seen you, the lady from Kisii, you are very active, and I encourage others to be active, but don't be embarrassed to be called a new member, because you are a new member. It's not a... So the member for Kamukunji was not out of order at all. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Do we have any? Yes, Honorable Caleb Amisi.
I'm here, Bwana.
Honorable Caleb Amisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give a notice of the following motion, that aware that the first aid training is a key component of emergency medical response, EMR. Further aware that first aid response promotes a safer and healthier community by reducing accidents and injuries, noting that lack of first aid training and skills among the general public has contributed to the aggravation of preventable injuries and accidents, which in some cases has led to loss of lives. Further noting that the current education system does not include first aid training as a compulsory subject in the curriculum, which deprives students of essential knowledge and the skills necessary for their personal safety and that of persons around them, acknowledging that it is critical to equip students with the ability to assess and handle day-to-day emergencies in schools and at home. Now, therefore,
this House urges the national government, through the Ministry of Education, to develop and implement a comprehensive first aid curriculum for schools across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Amisi. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Silvanos Osoro.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 43, I wish to express my deep concern over the recent closure of Nduru Level 5 Hospital in South Mugrango constituency that is within Kisii County, and its devastating impact on the residents of Kisii who depend on this critical health care facility. Honorable Speaker, it is disheartening to note that Nduru Hospital, which was built by the government in partnership with the World Bank, has been closed for almost 3 weeks, causing immense suffering to the people of Kisii County. Honorable Speaker, on 12th of April 2023, the county government sought to transfer medical equipment from the hospital to a different healthcare facility, but members of the local community protested the move by the county government to transfer equipment outside of the sub-county. The incident, Honorable Speaker, resulted in some of the personnel being injured and subsequently led to the closure of the hospital due to safety concerns. As a result, the other medics at the hospital were instructed to down their tools and the facility was indefinitely closed. Honorable Speaker, whereas the national government acted swiftly in restoring security, the hospital remains inoperable. This has adversely affected the most vulnerable who have a difficult time accessing healthcare services, being the only hospital within the sub-county. It is imperative that the county government works with the national government to ensure the reopening of the hospital and the resumption of medical services as soon as possible. Honorable Speaker, the national government recognizes the critical role that the healthcare workers play in our society and has provided the necessary security and the support needed to carry out their duties. Honorable Speaker, action has been taken by the national government to restore security in the area, and I therefore implore on the county government to prioritize the health of our citizens and take prompt action to address the hospital's prolonged closure. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Soro. I have a request by a few members to comment on this. The first one is Mother Wangari. She's walked out. Shikati Dr. MP Tongaren. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the fact that one is a governor does not give him permission to move equipment haphazardly from one hospital to another or from one health facility to another. We've had cases where governors remove facilities from hospitals without consultation and without public participation. Mr. Speaker, in my own county in Bungoma at Nduru Hospital, equipment that were brought by some donors to that hospital were removed and taken to another hospital without the consent of the public, which is the beneficiary of that facility. And therefore, what is going on in in Kisii, in Mugirango, is what should be really discouraged completely as an activity which will not be undertaken by the governors. I wish to recommend to you, Mr. Speaker, that you direct the health committee to visit the hospital, the Saidi hospital, come up with findings and recommend appropriate action against that governor and restore that equipment to that hospital. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kaitani Mariam Marianne, sorry. Aldai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to comment on the closure of this hospital, Nduru Hospital. And one thing we need to appreciate is that the Constitution is very clear in terms of the functions of a county government and the functions of a national government. The functions of a county government requires that health services are provided to the people. And by closing a hospital, you are then denying those health services to the people of that particular area. Article 43 of the Constitution is very clear in terms of provision of economic and social rights, and especially giving high standards of health services. And if a county closes a hospital, then the people in that area will not be able to access services that are ideally supposed to be accessed by them, because the facilities and the resources have been provided. If security is required, and in this case we know that security has been provided for the area, the hospital cannot close. And I therefore feel that the county government has been negligent and decided to move medical facilities and force practitioners not to go to the hospital. We urge that this hospital be opened, and the Health Committee of Parliament to investigate this matter and actually ensure that the services that these people of Nduru require get those services. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Doris Donya, Women Rep Kisi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we all know, health is very fundamental. A building is structured somewhere for doctors to work in and for patients to visit for treatment. Apart from what is ailing Nduru level 4, this could be a clear mandate to the health committee to visit all county hospitals and know what takes course. The issue of patients still sharing beds, Mr. Speaker, is very common. The issue of having less staff in our hospitals, very common. I've come to learn that in Kenya, when something blows up or it's aired through media, that is the time investigation begins and people of that particular area are assisted. So this thing of Nduru, when the health committee visits the area, they will know other things that ail hospitals, not only in Kisii County, but other counties in Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Chepkonga. Honorable Chepkonga. Had you queued in to speak to this? Statement by Osoro. I see your name here. Okay, forfeit the chance. Yes. You look at C.
Yeah. Can you pass me, then I'll come back. I was talking to the Honorable, my neighbor. So he convoluted
the last mind. One on that, Kalasinga Majimbo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to comment on this, if I may call it a rock governor, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you don't have to go to the level of you being a governor and vandalizing the instruments that assist the people that you govern, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would urge that you give the direction and the harsh direction that this governor appears before the Committee for Health and explains why, Mr. Speaker, priorities were put in Hospital 1 and he puts it in Hospital 2, Mr. Speaker. And the stoppage, the time the hospital has stopped, patients, Mr. Speaker, suffering. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member, Honorable Soro, for bringing this issue here, and immediate action has to be taken, Mr. Speaker, for us to see that the people are given the services they deserve, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the proceedings of the first ordinary session of the 6th Pan-African Parliament. Question to be put.
Order, honorable members. Order, Honorable. Who is the member greeting others? Please take your seat, Wakili. Honorable members, we now put the question on order number 8, which is that this House notes the report of the Kenya delegation to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, on the proceedings of the first ordinary session of the 6th Parliament laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 28th February 2023. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, consideration of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 26 constituencies.
Chairperson, Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee. Is that Honorable Mulyungi? You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on the consideration of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 26 constituencies in Mombasa, Kilifi, Kwale, Taita Taveta, Lamu, and Tana River for the financial years 2013-2014, 2014-2015, 2015-2016, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 25th April 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, oversight over national revenue and expenditure is amongst the roles of the National Assembly as stipulated under Article 95(4)(c) of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Further, Article 226(2) of the Constitution provides that an Act of Parliament shall provide for the designation of an accounting officer in every public entity at the national level who is accountable to the National Assembly for its financial management. In addition, Article 2298 mandates this House to debate and take appropriate action on audit reports from the Auditor General. In fulfillment of these constitutional provisions, the National Assembly Standing Order number 205B established the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee, DFAC, whose mandate is to examine reports of the Auditor General of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, among other funds like GAF. Mr. Speaker, sir, the predecessor committee, Special Funds Accounts Committee, SPAC, in the 12th Parliament prepared the 11th report of the audited financial statements of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 26 constituencies in the counties of Mombasa, Kilifi, Kwale, Taita Taveta, Lamu, and the Tana River for the financial years 2013-14, 2014-15, and 2015-16, after receiving evidence from the Chief Executive Officer of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund and the fund account managers of the fund. The Special Funds Accounts Committee tabled its report on the 2nd of December 2021. However, it was not debated by the 12th Parliament. For this reason, the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee, DFAC, which is a successor of SPAC, in its 7th sitting, held on 28 February 2023, resolved to revive the matter from the exit report of SPAC by considering the report with a view to present it to the 13th Parliament for consideration and adoption, which I'm doing today. Mr. Speaker, sir, Madam Speaker, I didn't know there was a changeover. Madam Speaker, the committee considered the report in 3 sittings that were held on the 28th of Feb 2023, 16th of March 2023, and 11th of April 2023. The report highlights what was previously examined and tabled before the House by SPAC in the 12th Parliament. The committee reviewed the queries, observations, and recommendations from each constituency. In its sitting held on Tuesday, 11th April 2023, the DPAC committee unanimously adopted the report without amendments. Overview of the report. Madam Speaker, this report highlights what was previously examined and tabled before the House by SPAC in the 12th Parliament. The committee reviewed the audit queries, observations, and the recommendations from each constituency, proposing course of action in response to matters raised by the Office of the Auditor General. The SPAC, in its 11th report, subsequently adopted by DPAC, made specific observations and recommendations arising from the audit queries regarding 11 constituencies, namely Likoni, Kisahuni, Nyali, Jomfu, Bura, Lamu West, Taveta, Mwatate, Nganze, Kilifi North, and Malindi. It recommended that investigations of some issues by competent agencies against specific officers of the NGCDF. In addition, the NGCDF board was tasked to follow up on some issues mentioned in the report. In 15 constituencies, which I've mentioned, in 15 constituencies, namely Muvita, Changamwe, Musambweni, Lungalunga, Matunga, Kinango, Garsen, Galole, Lamu East, Udanyi, Voi, Kaloleni, Kilifi South, Mangarini, and Rabai, the committee made observations and recommendations that relate to policy issues, non-compliance with existing laws, and non-adherence to the International Public Sector Accounting Standards Framework, IPSAS. The section on general observations and recommendations captures issues regarding bookkeeping, preparation and accuracy of financial statements, compliance to reporting standards, and accuracy of the financial statements, standardization of projects and late disbursements of funds, compliance with the audit cycle timelines, non-remittance of statutory deductions, compliance on the use of emergency funds, and reallocation of funds without approval. The report makes recommendations to address the issues raised, some of which I beg to highlight in this report. General observations and recommendations that cut across 26 constituencies. Madam Speaker, having considered the audited financial statements, the committee made the following general observations and the recommendations that cut across the 26 constituencies. Number one, late disbursement and underutilization of funds. Madam Speaker, the committee observed that there was underutilization of funds in different constituencies due to late disbursement of funds by the board and the National Treasury, hence rollover of funds from the subsequent years due to late receipts. That is like what is happening now. 2 months before the end of the financial year, the Treasury is yet to release over 60% of the constituency's fund. The committee recommends that the National Treasury ensures timely disbursement of funds to the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board for immediate release to the constituencies. 2, the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury shall submit to the National Assembly constituencies quarterly exchequer disbursements schedule, not later than the 15th day of the end of each quarter. Number 2, bookkeeping, preparation, and accuracy of the financial statements. The committee observed that the bookkeeping and preparation of financial statements is a big challenge in almost all the constituencies' offices. Recommendations. The committee recommends that the National Government Constituency Development Fund Board strengthens the constituencies' offices by establishing treasury units to serve the constituencies. Currently, constituencies are served by the NDC's treasury unit. Number 2, compliance to reporting standards and accuracy of the financial statements. The committee observed that fund account managers experience challenges in adopting to the International Public Sector Accounting Standards (IPSAS) reporting framework in the preparation of the financial statements. Recommendations. The NGCNDA board should conduct continuous capacity building on financial reporting standards for constituency committees and PMCs to improve quality of reporting and enhance compliance. Number 2, the NGCNDA board should consider employing qualified accountants for the constituency's offices beginning financial year 2022-23 within the 5% administrative allocation of the board. This will strengthen the maintenance of books of accounts, preparation of financial statements, and the timely submission of the statements and documents to the auditors by the constituency's offices. Standardization of the NGCNDF construction projects. The committee observed that there were inconsistencies in design, cost, and the quality of similar projects across the constituencies in coastal region. This creates a challenge in determining the value for money since the cost of construction and the designs are not similar. Further, there is no policy guidelines and cost estimates provided by the NGCNDA board to guide the CNDF committees and PMCs in undertaking similar projects in their constituencies. The committee recommends that, number 1, the NGCNDA board fast tracks the recruitment of independent quantity surveyors and architects to address the inconsistencies in the projects across the constituencies. Number 2, the accounting officer ensures that all projects undertaken by NGCNDF are branded, including the year of funding and the photographs taken during the handing over to by the contractor and commissioning as evidence of ownership of the project. 3, within 3 months of the adoption of this report, the NGCNDA board initiates the development of an overarching policy guidelines that include designs and the cost estimates for NGCNDA projects. Number 5, reallocation of funds without approval by the NGCNDA board. The committee observed that some fund managers implemented projects and reallocated funds without seeking prior approval from the NGCNDA board. This was in contravention to Section 6.2 and Section 31 of the NGCNDF Act 2015. The Act provides reallocation of funds during the financial year must at all times be within the approval of the NGCNDA board. The committee also noted that some National Government Constituency Development Fund committees had not engaged the services of a clerk of works as provided for in the NGCNDA board guidelines. The committee recommends that, number 1, the NGCNDA board takes administrative action against fund account managers that reallocated funds without the approval of the board, contrary to Section 6 of the NGCDF Act 2015, and then desist from political witch-hunting of MPs who are not signatories to the account. Number 2, the accounting officer ensures that all the fund account managers ensure compliance with Section 6.2 and Section 13 of the NGCDF Act 2015. Number 3, the accounting officers ensures that all fund account managers and PMCs consult and involve the relevant government departments during initiation, cost estimation, and implementation of the projects to ensure that priority projects are selected, adequate budgeting and quality works are provided in compliance with Section 46(1) of the NGCDF Fund Act 2015. Number 6, guidelines on the use of emergency funds. The committee observed that some of the projects funded using emergency funds did not meet the threshold set out in Section 8 of the NGCDF Act 2015. The committee recommends that within 3 months of the adoption of this report, the NGCDF board issues guidelines to all the constituencies and the PMCs clarifying the use of emergency funds. Number 7. Non-remittance of statutory deductions. The committee observed that some fund account managers failed to file and remit various statutory deductions such as NHIF and NSSF as required by the law. The funds paid penalties for non-compliance. The committee recommends that, number 1, accounting officers should ensure that all accounting managers, fund account managers, comply with the National Social Security Fund Act and the National Health Insurance Fund Act, number 9 of 1998. And number 2, the accounting officer in liaison with KRA should put in place sensitization programs on taxation for the fund account managers and the PMCs with the aim of enhancing tax compliance. Number 3, the board should take administrative action against fund account managers who do not remit statutory deductions on time. Conclusion. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, allow me to sincerely thank my fellow members of the committee for their great sacrifice and many hours that they put to come up with this report. My appreciation also goes to the predecessor committee, Special Funds Accounts Committee, who prepared the 11th report of the audited financial statements for the National Government Constituency Development Fund for the 26 constituencies in the counties of Mombasa, Kilifi, Kwale, Taita Taveta, Lamu, and Tana River for the financial years 2013-14, 2014-15, and 2015-16. I would also wish to thank your office and that of the clerk for the great support for the committee. May I also extend committee appreciation to the Office of the Auditor General and the National Treasury and that of the Chief Executive Officer of the NGCDF Board for availing necessary information that was required, which enabled the committee to finalize this report in time. I therefore call upon members to support this report. I beg to move and I request Honorable Dorothy Kiara, MP, to second the report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Proceed. Give her the mic.
Have the mic. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion on the financial statement for the National Government Constituency Development Fund. Madam Speaker, having considered the audited financial statement, the committee made the following general observation and recommendations that cut across the 26 constituencies. 1, bookkeeping preparation and accuracy of the financial statement. The committee observed that the bookkeeping and preparation of financial statement is a big challenge in almost all the constituency offices. Further, the fund account managers face challenges in submitting supporting documents to the auditors on time because the documents are usually in the custody of the sub-county accountants, formerly district accountants. The sub-county accountants are required to sign the financial statement as per the templates issued by the Public Sector Accounting Standard Board. However, they did not undertake this responsibility and more often than not did not cooperate with the fund accounting managers during the audit to ensure timely submission of documents for audit review. Further, Madam Speaker, the delays in the preparation of complete financial statements are also attributed to the lack of adequate capacity at the constituency, national government constituency development offices. The sub-county treasurers, formerly district accountants, in charge of maintaining books of accounts for all national government offices, at the sub-county is also maintaining accounting records and various supporting documents of the fund at the constituencies. Madam Speaker, the committee went further and recommended the following. 1, the National Government Constituency Development Fund Board strengthens the constituency offices by establishing treasury units that serve the constituency. Madam Speaker, number 2, compliance to reporting standards and accuracy of financial statements. The committee observed that fund account managers experience challenges in adapting to the international public sector accounting standards, reporting frameworks in the preparation of financial statements. The committee also observed that the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board reviews the international public sector accounting standards periodically to take into account emerging issues and conform to the best accounting practices. The committee found that some fund account managers experienced challenges in the application of those standards while preparing financial statements as evidenced by the audit matters. Finally, Madam Speaker, the committee recommended that the National Government Constituency Development Fund Board should conduct continuous capacity building on financial reporting standards for constituency committee and the PMCs to improve the quality of reporting and enhance compliance. Madam Speaker, I second and thank you.
Honorable members, I propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on the consideration of reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 26 constituencies in the counties of Mombasa, Kilifi, Kwale, Taita Taveta, Lamu, and Tana River for the financial years of 2013-2014, 2014-2015, and 2015-2016, laid on the table of this House on Tuesday, 25th April, 2023. No, it's not put there. The Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this report by the Committee on Decentralized Funds, the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee. Honorable Speaker, let me begin by thanking the Chair, the Honorable Muliungi, for this very timely report that covers, I think, almost 10 counties, I think, 5. But Honorable Speaker, 6 counties actually, and quite a number of constituencies, almost close to 30 constituencies. But Honorable Speaker, just as we are talking about the participation of chairs and vice chairs in the House, you know, it is good that when we are debating a report like this, that the members of those particular constituencies are also in the House. Honorable Speaker, I understand, like now I see the first, on page 11, the first issue is from the member, the constituency of Likoni in Mombasa County. Honorable Speaker, you may understand that the member for Likoni might be busy elsewhere, but I think the people of Likoni constituency elect us, and not just Likoni. The people of Kenya elect us as members of parliament to come represent them, but more importantly, to oversight government on their behalf. And the national government constituency funds are funds of the national government, implemented, Honorable Speaker, by committees, the project implementation committees, under the stewardship of the fund account managers. That is why, Honorable Speaker, you will find many at times, you find the media getting excited whenever an issue touching on CDF is prosecuted, even in a report like this. And many people imagine that this is a matter you can persecute and prosecute the member of parliament for that particular constituency on. Whereas we bear the bigger responsibility of oversight in these funds, we as members of parliament are not the implementers of projects. And therefore, it's rather important that when reports like this are in the House, the member of parliament who is charged with the responsibility of oversighting these funds on behalf of the people of the constituency they are elected in are here, Honorable Speaker, to speak to the issues that have been raised by the Auditor General and looked into by the committee of this House that has interrogated all these reports, Honorable Speaker. And I must say it's rather embarrassing and shaming that a number of us have found it better to be out there in the streets, in Maandamano, I don't know over what, Honorable Speaker, demanding we open servers that the people in the streets have no keys for, well as you should be demanding that the money that was allocated to your constituency is properly utilized for the benefit of your constituents. But you have abdicated that responsibility and gone to the streets, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, we must encourage the members, Honorable Speaker. And if you allow me, because it is all the constituencies in Mombasa County, Honorable Speaker. I don't think I see any member from Mombasa County, even one, in the House today. Kwale County, Honorable Speaker. Again, looking around, I don't see a single member from the county of Kwale in the House. Tana River. Honorable Speaker, even before I go to Kilifi, the Honorable Mboko is asking even the member who represents Shakahola. He's not in the House, in Kilifi County. And it's true. The member for Malindi constituency is not in the House. And Magarini. And even Rabai. Only the member of Kilifi North was here. And Honorable Speaker, Taita Taveta County also. Lamu County, which has only 2 members of parliament. I think I've seen the Honorable Rueda was here and Honorable Mudhama or somewhere there. At least those 2 are there. And Honorable Speaker, we need to encourage all our members to be present. And going to the substance of the report, Honorable Speaker, for instance, and maybe clarifications I would be seeking from the chair and the mover of this report. If you look at the issues that were raised in relation to Likoni constituency, in the committee observations, the committee observes that the fund account manager provided a satisfactory explanation to the committee. But then when you go to the recommendations are saying that the accounting officer should, within 3 months of the adoption of this report, institute disciplinary action against the fund account manager for violation of the laid down procedures on payment of projects as per the CDF Act of 2013, repealed. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I was just wondering, maybe the speaker the mover, the Honorable Muliungi, when replying, he would probably appraise the House as to why that seems to be contradictory, because if the fund account manager provided a satisfactory answer to the issue that have been raised by the auditor, I would expect then the recommendation should not be adverse against the fund account manager. And I hold no brief for the fund account manager, but I am a believer as an accountant and as a former auditor, Honorable Speaker, in the right of reply and actual prosecution of issues in the right manner, especially when it comes to accounting issues, because accounting issues are, you deal with facts and figures, and therefore, if the committee was satisfied with the explanation that was availed by the fund account manager, I do not think then the committee should recommending that the disciplinary action be taken against that particular fund manager. And I must say, I really don't know who the fund manager is. That's why I was saying, I hope the member for Likoni would have been in this house today to tell us what are the issues. Honorable Speaker, many other issues have been raised in this committee's report relating to how our fund account managers manage the resources that have been dedicated to our constituencies. And I want to encourage all the members of this house to take time to offer meaningful oversight over your CDF monies. Because at the end of the day, as much as we are saying here, we are not the implementers of these projects. We bear responsibility as the people who oversight these resources. And the people back in our constituencies have entrusted us with that responsibility to provide meaningful oversight. And I really want to encourage members, please do not get involved with the day-to-day micromanagement of your NGCDF. Offer meaningful oversight. Because when you get engaged in the day-to-day running of your CDF, in terms of micromanaging, then you become conflicted and you'll not be in a position then, and you lose to offer meaningful oversight, and you consequently lose the moral authority to even critique issues, avoid issues touching on procurement, allow due processes under the Public Procurement and Disposal Act of 2015 to take charge. Because I have seen, Honorable Speaker, in some constituencies, members of parliament insisting on directing who gets what contract, and that is none of our business, Honorable Speaker, as members of parliament. And I want to confirm, Honorable Speaker, for the time I have oversighted my NGCDF funds in Kikuyu, I have never had the opportunity, even at the time when I joined this house in 2013, when we sat in NGCDF committees, the then CDF committees, when we were patrons of CDF, I purpose not to ever sit in that committee to deliberate on procurement issues, and I purpose that I'll be there to offer meaningful oversight. And I believe the people of Kikuyu constituency have enjoyed my term as Member of Parliament from 2013 in being able to roll out development projects that have given value for money, because I have been there to offer proper and meaningful oversight over the committees that we elect to implement these projects. And Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Chepkonga is reminding me that indeed in my first term in Parliament, Honorable Speaker, because of purposing to offer proper and meaningful oversight of NGCDF, the people of Kikuyu appreciated what I had done and elected me unopposed as the first Member of Parliament to be elected unopposed under the 2010 Constitution, Honorable Speaker. And I really want to encourage even our new members to learn from those of us who have been there and those who have been ahead of us, to ensure that your funds at the constituency are properly managed. And to ensure that is done, you can only do that if you offer oversight. And when you do not get involved into deciding what money goes to what projects, which contractor will get what classroom, what contractor, even with your carer funds, the constituency carer funds, allow the CRC committee and the CRC officers on the ground to implement projects without necessarily meddling, especially in the procurement processes. Honorable Speaker, we have seen many members of parliament being charged in courts over procurement issues that we should never involve ourselves in. And therefore, I want to encourage all members of parliament in this 13th assembly to ensure that what we are doing is in line with the NGCDF Act, is in line with our constitution. Let us offer our oversight role. Let us represent our people. And in representing our people in NGCDF matters, we begin by getting involved in the public participation exercises, which directs where you shall take your money to in terms of project implementation. Allow your people in the constituencies, because they have entrusted you as your leader. Allow them the opportunity to propose projects and be there to moderate and offer leadership in the prioritization of those projects, but don't seek to be the one to always direct that this money must go to this village, because probably it's the village you come from or the village you have married from. Allow balanced implementation of projects across the constituency. Whether people voted for you or they did not vote for you, do not sideline any part of your constituency because you think you did not get enough votes from that particular area. Balanced development across the constituency pays off at the end of the day, and people will be able to see a difference between now when you are the member of parliament and probably the person you succeeded or your predecessor. Therefore, I just want to encourage members, Honorable Speaker, to also take time to review what your committees are doing. Take time to get involved. Don't send your fund account managers and your constituency office managers to give bursaries on your behalf. Be available on the ground to give out those bursaries. Do not allow your fund account manager and your constituency manager to be the ones to go and commission projects on your behalf. They will commission the next election before you commission your campaign for you or on your behalf. And we have seen instances where fund account managers, constituency office managers succeed their members of parliament because their members of parliament were never available on the ground, and therefore the people get accustomed to the constituency office managers and the fund account managers being the ones doing the work, and they tend to believe it is the work. And they fail to understand that it is you who takes your time in this house to appropriate resources, adequate resources into NGCDF. And you are the one who oversights and ensures that those committees and even your fund account manager, your constituency manager, are indeed implementing projects that are in the interest of the people that have elected you. Honorable Speaker, I want to also ask particularly the members of these 6 counties to not only participate in Maandamano, because I know many of them are busy in Maandamano, but to take time. I see one of them has just walked in, I'm sure, and I understand the Honorable Speaker because they in Maandamano in quotes, because many of them I have seen them hovering around Parliament, but are afraid to appear on the floor of the House because they will be reprimanded for not having gone to the streets. But I want to encourage them also to be strong leaders. If you do not believe in this chaos, if you do not believe in this anarchy, please be gentlemen like Honorable Mulungi, who has taken time to be here to move this report, because that is what the people in Makueni elected him to do, to come and do in this House, Honorable Speaker. The people of Mwingi, Honorable Speaker, have elected the Honorable Mulungi to come and do, and the people in the Decentralized Funds Committee have entrusted him with the leadership of that committee, and I indeed want to thank the Honorable Mulungi. And I was trying to trace who is the vice chair of this committee, Honorable Speaker, because the Honorable Gertrude Mbeyu, who again is from Kilifi County, but is not even in the House, and is a vice chair. And these are kind of chairs and vice chairs we were talking about earlier. And I don't want to encourage members to do what they ought to do with chairs and vice chairs who are not available, either in their committees or their houses, but it is within our rights as members of parliament to also ensure there is proper oversight of our chairs and vice chairs in our committees. But let me just conclude by thanking the Honorable Mulungi and the committee for the good work and encourage all of us to take a keen interest on the ongoings of our NGCDF committees.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Ganze Constituency, Honorable Charo Kazungu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want also to support this report by the committee as it has been presented here. I also want to support the recommendations. But there's an observation that I also wanted to make. In the recommendation, the committee chair has said that they were proposing to have a standardized design for projects, and also the issue of costs to be standardized. The problem is in Kilifi County, when it comes to building projects, all the materials are found in one area. All building materials, let's say blocks, and all the big hardwares are found in Kilifi town. But Kilifi town is very expensive, it's very expansive, it's very big. And if we say that we're going to standardize costs, it means that some contractors will not be able to do projects that are found in far-flung areas. So much as I support this report, but I think we need to work on that recommendation, because if we say we're going to make everything standard, it means some projects in far-flung areas are not going to get contractors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bura Constituency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute. I want to thank also the committee for the good work they have done. And in that breath, I wish to correct the sentiment by the majority leader, the blanket condemnation and the blanket assumption that any person who comes from that county is involved in the maandamano. I think I reported to this house earlier than the majority leader, but I just stepped out to go and get this important document. Having said that, the constituency, my constituency, Bura constituency, I have seen that there's one issue on the unauthorized withdrawals to the tune of 2.8 million. I have gone through the committee's observation and the recommendation by the committee. I wish to inform the House that it is prudent for us to ensure that there is value for money and there is proper evaluation of any project that is done. And one critical thing that we need to understand is that when I came into the office, I had a meeting with all involved to ensure that everybody who works in that constituency should ensure that they adhere to the rules and the regulations and play by it. But my observation within these 7 months in office is that the NGCDF board need to do proper education. And I am happy that after raising several concerns with them, at least I'm informed that next week they are doing some kind of training for officers. And that is very proper, because sometimes someone might be doing or might be working against the law without the knowledge of that person. So I ought to encourage, and I want to encourage the board to ensure that they properly invest in educating these board members. Because once a board member is illiterate or doesn't know about what is to do, he might be caught while doing what is not expected of the law. So I want to encourage the board to ensure that there is periodic education of the board members. So I wish to thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
The Honorable MP for Teso South, Mary Emasi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I arise to support the report by the Auditor General. And Mr. Speaker, from the onset, my observation is that we are looking at the financial reports for the period 2013, 14, 15, 16. Mr. Speaker, we are in 2023. From 2013, that is 10 good years. Mr. Speaker, I'm the Vice Chair Budget and Appropriations Committee, and I was still the Vice Chair Budget and Appropriations Committee in the 11th Parliament. And I remember very well that the Auditor General did appear before our committee, and they requested for additional funding, citing challenges of underfunding, inability to hire more auditors for them to be able to give us timely reports, and many other challenges. And I remember vividly well, we did enhance the budget of the Controller and Auditor General. But Mr. Speaker, it's sad, I'm surprised that we are looking at reports 10 years later. This delays implementation of the recommendations, it delays corrections, and I think, Mr. Speaker, we should also be looking at the report of the Auditor General after the audit. This House did approve the procurement of independent auditors to audit the Office of the Auditor General, so that we can be told what else is still ailing the Office of the Auditor General. Because this House needs to get reports early so that we can be able to action on them, so that action is taken in good time. But if we are going to get reports 10 years down the line, then I think that is an issue of concern to this House. Mr. Speaker, secondly, I also want to agree with some of the observations by the committee, in particular the issue of delayed disbursements to NGCDF funding. And even looking at today, just this financial year, we are 3 months to the closure of the financial year, but members have not even received the half of the allocation to the constituencies. So this is a concern, and I think and I want to support the recommendation that National Treasury should give us a schedule of when disbursement will be made to the board and to the constituencies, so that we are able to get this money on time and we are able to implement our programs and projects in our various constituencies. Mr. Speaker, the issue of fund managers, I want to believe that the board does recruit or employ qualified fund managers. But when they say they are not able to comply with the international public sector accounting standards, then also that is an issue that seriously needs to be looked on, and I support the recommendations by the committee. And also when it comes to the presentation of the documents and efficiency in terms of processing and implementing our programs, there are serious delays as cited. Some of the accountants that have been posted by the National Treasury, I think, have a lot on their table. They are actually attending to all the departments, government departments within the sub-counties. So I think probably they have too much on their tables. And I think I would support the proposal that National Government Constituency Development Fund Board should be able to employ their own officers, surveyors, architects, accountants, so that then they are audited by the Auditor General, to be able to give us timely services in the constituencies to allow faster and efficient implementation of projects. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I also want to echo again some of the recommendations that have been given with respect to the issue of with respect to the issue of the management of these funds. Mr. Speaker, the delays occasioned by the reasons that have been given actually have led to low absorption or sometimes non-absorption of the funds. If the funds are received late, then you have to carry them forward to the next financial year because of the delays occasioned by the reasons that have already been cited. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I support the report by the committee. Thank you.
The MP for Mandera West, followed by the MP for Tharaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I stand to also give my inputs into this report in that it is actually shame to find out the report, the financial audit of a whole region. The whole region, all the constituencies in a whole region is questionable. It is very unfortunate, and I hope as others will come, we shall see some improvement where, at least in a region, there are some questionable and others not questionable. But the issue here is the way the CDF fund is being appropriated, the way it is released, and the way it is managed by entities who are not part of this CDF system. For example, the district accountant for every sub-county or constituency is the sole AIE holder, and he's the one who keeps all the books of the CDF. And he has many other issues of his own, of the district, under which he is supposed to give priority, or he's giving priority. And hence, he only gives CDF time, he or she will only give CDF time when it is convenient for that person. That is why we have problems. And again, funds are released very late, and like now we have 1 month to the end of the financial year, let's say 2 months, funds have not been released. As soon as they come, and when the CDF committee and the fund manager wants to implement their issues, the district accountant might not be even available. At the same time, without him or her, nothing moves forward. And that is why we see in the rush, then a lot of misappropriation are happening around. On the other side, some of the constituency fund managers are not, of course not some, but all are not answerable to anybody within the constituency. They are answerable to somebody here in Nairobi. They are all answerable to the CEO in Nairobi. And hence, they take their sweet time. Sometimes you see they disappear. They are not available when critical issues are happening. In the recent times when MPs made a lot of noise and the funds for bursaries were released, a lot of bursary money delayed because those entities which are not directly part of the CDF team are not available to fast track and enhance the payment of those bursaries. And hence, I do support the recommendation of the committee, and I want to see that those recommendations are implemented. In many times, we will come up with very nice recommendation, and I don't know what's happening with our implementation committee. There is no follow-up. They are put there and left. Can those recommendations be implemented to the latter? With that, I support. Thank you.
Madam. Yeah, the Honorable Gitonga Murugara, followed by
yes,
the MP for Emuhaya.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this report with all the jest because it's a very important report, and congratulate the Committee on Decentralized Funds led by my friend and my neighbor, the Honorable Gideon Mutemi Muliungi from Mwingi Central. It's my neighbor because I have strong roots in Mwingi, and that's why I always treat him as a very close neighbor of mine. And thank you for this. Honorable members, CDF is actually in the hands of a fund manager by design of the law of this country. And the role of the Member of Parliament is purely to oversee how the monies are applied. Sometimes we are caught by surprise when we see members of Parliament being hauled to courts to be charged with various offenses relating to CDF. Really, this should not be, because when it comes to misappropriation of CDF funds, stealing of CDF funds, misuse of CDF funds, fraud, etc., or misapplication of contracts. This falls squarely within the hands of the fund managers. However, it is important we be cautious because we are also responsible if there are cases of neglect of duty, a breach of fiduciary relationships. This comes where a member of parliament is not responsible enough when it comes to how CDF funds are applied. With all that, it is important we actually take care of these funds because this is public money. It's part of monies that we are supposed to oversight as members of parliament. And when that is not properly done, then we are as guilty as those who have misapplied the funds. It goes without gainsaying how important CDF funds are because all noticeable development in the country is attributed to CDF. I always echo CDF funds. For my constituency of Tharaka, a marginalized constituency, it has been neglected, it has been left behind. But just the last 5 years, I was able to put up, or CDF was able to put up about 200 classrooms across primary schools and secondary schools. This may be a drop in the ocean, but it is vitally important because if we were to do 200 classes every 5 years, then within a shorter period of time, the constituency would be able to catch up with those from developed counties. There are many problems that face CDF, which problems we must always discuss. And one of them is that of district accountants, as is properly captured in this report. District accountants, or they used to be called district treasurers long time ago, are the people who actually authorize expense of the money by signing the vouchers. This is important. And I am also convinced that we should now divorce the district treasuries from CDF, such that the board, the national government CDF board, is able to employ accountants for CDF offices, so that we do not have to go to the districts, where you are treated with contempt, where I'm told some of them deliberately refuse to sign on the basis that there is nothing in here for me, which really should not be the case. Let us have the board using the money we reserve for them, recruit for us the boards, so recruit for us the accountants, so that we have a seamless flow of monies to CDF and to projects as required. We must also emphasize on timely release. We are now concerned that the financial year is coming to a close. I think each constituency has received about 57 million. Some are supposed to get 145, others 152 million, and up to now, we only have 57 million. This is of concern to all of us. The board, we must also emphasize that the board does solve our problems in a timeous manner, so that when we send our complaints to the board, they are not ignored. Some of these fund managers who actually did all these things in the former Coast Province, the Coast Region, may be in office today. And members of parliament may be complaining that these people have been there for too long. It is for the board to take immediate action so that we have people prepared to serve constituencies without many hiccups. Also, when it comes to implementation, very good recommendations are in this report. We now require those recommendations being implemented. Some of the recommendations are to be implemented by our own committee on implementation, while others are to be implemented by the board itself. Without this implementation, in spite of the fact that this report may be 10 years old or slightly more or slightly less, then this house would be acting in vain. And this house should not be seen to act in vain, especially on important matters like the National Government Development Fund for each of the constituencies. we must actually exercise our supervisory roles in a manner that is beneficial to the constituencies. So that as I sit in this house, in spite of the fact that I'm not supposed to interfere with what is happening in the constituency CDF office, the fact remains I am the overseer, I am the one to give the oversight, and what is done there is supposed to be under my supervision. Because if you don't, then sincerely, you need to be taken to court for neglect of your own duty under the act that establishes the funds. So with those remarks, it behoves on all members of parliament, whether we are here today, whether some are out there doing other things that are peripheral to our responsibilities as members of parliament. Whether you're in Maandamano, you're aware. Please note, your responsibility lies in this house. Your responsibility is in CDF, not in other things like Maandamano and what have you. Because that Maandamano is not going to solve the issues raised by the decentralized funds, the issues properly articulated by the chairperson, Honorable Mulyungi, will not be solved out there, but have to be debated in this house, they have to be resolved in this house, they have to be implemented by a committee of this house. Most important, again, we must also talk about what is happening in the country, because we have said from time to time, it's only debates in this house, it's only talks in this house, including the bipartisan talks. The problems bedeviling our country can only be solved when, as members of parliament, we come to this house, we debate, we agree on what is to be done. Or we are out there in our own committees. We talk, we discuss, we agree, we disagree, but at the end of the day, Kenyans are looking upon us to give leadership. That leadership is not going to be through violent protests out there, destruction of private property, as is happening now. We have seen today vehicles going up in flames, and we are told these are peaceful maandamanos. This is not in consonance with what Honorable Mulyungi has brought here. It is actually contra what this house is supposed to be down. So with those many remarks, I do support this report. Let's agree to pass the recommendations by the committee, and after that, let us move on to implement for the welfare and the good, the welfare and the benefit of the good people of the Republic of Kenya. With those remarks, I do support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable MP for Emuhaya, followed by the Phyllis Barto, MP for Moiben.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me begin by congratulating and really appreciating Honorable Mulyungi for a report well done on behalf of the Committee on Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee, and which basically is looking at the accounts and the operations of the CDF funds. Honorable Speaker, CDF funds are a very important arm of the national government funds that go to our constituencies, and it's one other fund that reaches the lowest level of this country, Kenya. And therefore, it is one of the most important funds, given the type of work it does, especially in the education sector and other sectors that are under the CDF. I also want to indicate, Honorable Speaker, that the recommendations of this report are very well placed and are actually relevant to what we usually see in the field when we are down. As I support this report, there are a few items I would wish to speak on. The first one would be the fact that in this report, the committee should have also brought us a paragraph, and not just a small paragraph, but some thick paragraph on oversight and oversight fund, because it is the oversight fund that we have proposed, and which is put at a very small percent of 1%, that would actually enable the Member of Parliament to do the work that he should be doing in terms of assigning the fund manager and the team that is running the CDF. So, the chairman of the committee, in future, I want you to give some real concentration on the oversight fund so that it is strengthened and that oversight committee is actually given powers. In some of the constituencies, you will find that the fund managers don't like even creation of the oversight committee. And that is where we would get our solace from in terms of oversighting the fund. Honorable Speaker, I really support the issue of overhauling in totality the law that governs the bursaries, because the law and percent terms that are governing the bursaries was made very long time ago. And those percent terms are as low as sometimes 30% of the total allocation of the CDF. But you realize that within time and over time, we have added the CDF. And we needed to also just look at that and review it, Honorable Chair, so that the needs of the people, which has possibly, like in my area, been bursary all the time, are given a good chunk of percent term of that particular fund. And then we balance and harmonize the other areas in accordance moving forward. Honorable Speaker, the other area I would wish to make a comment on is the recommendation on reallocation of funds. The committee observed very well that in some instances we have had fund managers reallocate the use of funds from one project to another without getting direct pre-authorization or some form of authorization from the board. This is very common. But I want to put it again to the committee as you'll be dealing with this, and maybe this can also be included or can be taken over by the chair of the CDF himself, because it deals with the board directly, that whenever we take certain projects to the board for reallocation, Honorable Speaker, it takes too long and sometimes it's frustrating. You may want to reallocate money that was for land. Land is not available. And when you send it to Nairobi, sometimes it takes up to 8 months. Then it is so frustrating that the committee, the board here in Nairobi, must actually also become more efficient in terms of allowing the NGCDF to reallocate funds from time to time so that it does not lead to a situation whereby a fund manager may reallocate without getting approval from the board. And even I must indicate that with the time, the board has been very, very assertive on the type of projects that we should do. And they'll easily tell you, don't do this, but do this and do this, despite the fact that these are projects that emanate from public participation. So if they have emanated from public participation, which this report has actually explained very well, that must be done. And they have observed in some cases it was not done efficiently. We support the report, but then also the board must adhere to what was approved by the public participation teams. Honorable Speaker, there is a recommendation and an observation on the cost of projects, especially in the coastal regions, the constituencies that were concerned. I was also saddened by the fact that most of the members of parliament from those constituencies were not in the House. I would wish to ask the chair that you should be magnanimous enough in future when you know that certain constituencies are going to be dealt with. If you informed them, it will just be good, but you'll be being magnanimous, not that it's your task, because it looks very, very unfortunate when the members of those constituencies are not there. So I was talking about the standardization of the costs. This has been a matter that keeps on coming here in the House, and we have been very divided because the cost of these buildings are different. But I would wish that the report tells us even further, despite the variation in the cost of each project within the coastal region that you did observe. For instance, if we are talking about a class, that what was the cost, yes, and did you compare that cost with what otherwise these fund managers and the general public is supposed to observe? Because the real guys who determine the cost of any project, for instance, a classroom, are those public works engineers. And their costs tend to be very high all the time. I don't know what the case is in cost, but in our places you'll find that they'll tell you you build one classroom at 1.3 million. And sometimes you realize, no, if you go that direction, you will not do as much as possible. So we tend to do it much less. How I wish that report would bring that comparison between the public works themselves, who are the official advisors on terms of BQs and what was happening within the region course, and also as you move on to other areas. I cannot gainsay the issue of bringing funds on time. It has been mentioned. It's a key thing that is actually affecting the administration of the CDF. And it was worsened this year because it came in small units. And therefore, you'd find that bursaries being given also in numbers, if I may borrow from the NYS language we used when we were still there, that you are giving them slowly in portions to be more direct. So your recommendation on the timely delivery of the funds is very much welcome. There's the issue of the accounting, and I think other members may have spoken on this, that you realize that the accounting and the reports and the documents supporting the accounting are not available. I think this is because of the chain of accounting that is required of these funds. Honorable Speaker, and to the Chair, the process of accounting is fairly too long, that we have in between a person called the district accountant, popularly known as DAs. And these are mysterious guys, you know, they worked in the old government, they are still around, they're very experienced. And from what I usually do whenever I have a discussion with my members, it's like they continuously intimidate them in one way or another, and even hold them at ransom on many cases. I would wish to raise this, Honorable Speaker, to the Chair. And you'll find that they'll have to move at the speed of this person called DA. So you cannot move your projects as fast as possible. And now I realize that even the documents, thank you so much, even the documents for accounting, still they have to go through this person called DA. And remember, he's acting like some god, because given that he's doing so much work and is the final guy, without him, you cannot move a step. I'm telling you, there is a challenge with that position of DA. And the board should think of either employing its own accountants or having direct accounting from fund manager to the board. That will actually help in this place. We cannot afford to completely live in an island whereby one particular office is frustrating everybody and cannot, and finally the reports are coming here that the accounting is not being done very well. Honorable Speaker, as I wind up, I would wish to indicate that I support the report, and I think it will go a long way to improve our management and oversight of the CDF funds, which are very important for development in the constituencies and in the country across. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
MP for my Ben, Madam Phyllis, she's not around. Then it is, she's there. Proceed.
The mic, oh. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this motion, this report from the Decentralized Funds and Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the dates this report is covering, 2013, from 2013, Mr. Speaker, when I look back, 2013 is 10 years ago, when I was still a doctoral student. I hadn't even thought of becoming a member of parliament. So I'm imagining what the society has changed for the last 10 years, and I don't know whether this report is going to give or to make an impact in the ongoing processes of CDF. Mr. Speaker, from my little or the short time I've interacted with CDF money and the CDF office, Mr. Speaker, I find that by the time a member of parliament is elected to parliament, for instance, for my case, the time you take to, the time for the committee to be in place takes a long time. And by the time the money is wired to the CDF account, there is no correlation to an extent that, Mr. Speaker, the committee will start implementing or dealing with projects when they don't have the knowledge of how they are supposed to midwife the processes of the CDF. One thing which is required, Mr. Speaker, is early training. At the moment, most of the CDF committees are undergoing trainings in different parts of the country, and already they had started.
Order, honorable members. The honorable members who are standing between me and the honorable member who is speaking. And the rules are, order, Honorable Silvanus. Order, honorable members, you are not allowed to stand or between a member who is contributing and the chair. He is a newcomer. Order, honorable Silvanus. Proceed, honorable member of parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for bringing order. Mr. Speaker, I was talking about the committee members who are undergoing training in different parts of the country at the moment, and yet the 13th Parliament was in place almost 8 months ago. What I was asking myself, these members started dealing with CDF even before they got the knowledge of how to go about it. So, Mr. Speaker, I would request that as soon as a new parliament is in place, the CDF committee should be in place and they should be trained even before they take offices. And Mr. Speaker, most of the times, the fund managers are transferred. You will find that in some constituencies, even up to the other day, the offices of the fund managers who are supposed to be working with the committee are vacant. So it becomes very difficult. I mean, it takes almost 1 year for the processes or for something meaningful to take place. Mr. Speaker, the disbursement of the NCDF money is a very slow process, to an extent that it even affects the operations. And that is why this report, which we are dealing with, is a report of almost 10 years ago. And when the money is delayed, when the funds are delayed, it becomes problematic, even in the implementation of the said projects. Mr. Speaker, I don't support the standardization of projects in constituencies. Mr. Speaker, politics, I mean, we have different, Mr. Speaker, we have different, every constituency is different from another. So we cannot have a blanket agreement and say we have to implement our projects in a standard way. We cannot standardize. Let every constituency work with the funds they are given according to their needs, according to the materials, the local materials which are available, so long as the money is utilized efficiently. So I don't really support the idea of we having a fixed figure for a fixed material or a fixed classroom in a constituency. For example, some constituencies have the proximity to the capital city where materials might be cheaper is different from a constituency which is on the extreme part of Kenya where the materials are expensive, and transport and so on. So I don't think we should have a blanket implementation of all projects and capping the, I mean, they should just be guidelines. And I know, Mr. Speaker, we are leaders and we want to give the best services to our people. We want to maximize the money and make good use of the money. We are not interested in misappropriating the funds. So it shouldn't be a situation where we are capped or our hands are tied to an extent that because of standardization or because of making uniform projects and so on. Mr. Speaker, so that even those who are in the field or the committee can also plan accordingly. so that it is not just a chance, like you keep on finding out when the money is dispersed. You have no clear timetable. You have no clear timeline on how you want to implement. I mean, and when you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And you cannot plan if you don't know how the money is going to be dispersed. Mr. Speaker, for example, in my constituency, Moibin, we have done public participation. We have identified the projects. We are ready to start, but we don't have the money. There is inflation. I mean, goods in the markets are changing. The dollar is changing, so it's affecting everyone. So we are just waiting, and I'm wondering what is going to happen if this money is not dispersed timely, and it's even affecting the development in the constituency. How I wish we would be given a schedule so that we know when to expect the money. We plan, we do our plans, and do our projects accordingly. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, if that's not done, it is still going to be difficult. Like in one of the issues the members of this committee were reporting was on documentation. Mr. Speaker, if the money is given in piecemeal so that you keep waiting, you are not implementing your plans accordingly, documentation even becomes problematic, because you have to get these documents in piecemeals because you are not able to pay them timely. So some of the issues which bring the challenges to these, which brings the challenges in these constituencies is to do with the slow pace of remitting this money. And the fund managers, some of them, I don't know about their training. Sometimes some of them need to be retooled or to be retrained, because they behave like they are not very competent in as much as handling those finances or implementing those projects are concerned. So that also should be relooked. Otherwise, we will keep on having anomalies in some of the audits which will be received for these projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can see my time is up.
The MP for South Migrango, followed by the MP for Lamu East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, first I want to support the report by Honorable Mulyungi's committee, and state that, Honorable Speaker, that our roles as members of Parliament are enshrined in our laws, in the supreme law of the land, and that is the Constitution of Kenya, Article 95. And they are limited to oversight, to legislation, and representation. And what the Committee on Decentralized Funds has done is the role of oversight. And that is generally what we do as members of Parliament when we represent our people in the constituency level or county level. And I want to commend Honorable Mulyungi from the onset for not only tabling the report, but also being in the House to follow the proceedings when his colleagues are outside there protesting and in the streets. And I want to tell you, Honorable Mulyungi, that this is what you are elected to do, to represent your people and to oversight. And that we must really congratulate you, because it pains me that when you are discussing matters of decentralized funds, matters that touch on each and every member in this particular House, that our colleagues from the other side are missing. Even when issues are being mentioned, some of the constituencies that are being mentioned really affect them directly. As my colleague Honorable Ishungwa said, when you see this report, you'll notice the constituency, the Likoni constituency, mentioned immensely, and not really to the positive, but to the negative, in terms of misappropriation of funds, that the decentralized, the committee had observed that the fund manager paid about 1.9 million to directly to, contractors, which is very sad, And that explanation hasn't been given to this committee. And of course, the committee sought further explanation from that very fund account manager. But you don't see the member of parliament of that particular constituency in the House to explain and, give an account of what really happened. And
Order.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Don't discuss a member without a substantive motion.
Honorable Speaker, I'm reading the report.
You read the report, but you do not keep away from discussing a member of parliament.
Much obliged.
Thank you.
Much obliged. Without mentioning names, Honorable Speaker, the Likoni Constituency Committee that oversees...
You can generalize if you want, but don't go specifics without a substantive motion. What's your point of order? The Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu.
Honorable Speaker, I really respect the minority whip, and I wish he could sit.
It is the majority whip, Honorable.
Because I'm on my feet, I wish he could just sit down. I do respect the majority whip a lot, Honorable Speaker, but I think it's important to get the records straight. When you associate a member of parliament with the accountability of CDF, I think we are sending the wrong signal out there. Members of parliament are only patrons. They are not the accounting officers. So please separate that too.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when I started my address, or rather my submissions, I say that our roles as members of parliament are limited to representation, legislation, and oversight. And Honorable Speaker, if this report had South Mugrango, if this report, for whatever reason, had South Mugrango, then it would call on me to give my view on my responsibility to oversight the funds. And when I mentioned Likoni and my colleague, the honorable member from Likoni, or generally the members of parliament from all over, what I mean is that we should be here to oversight these decentralized funds, and particularly CDF. So really, I don't mean that we directly get involved. And by the way, the report does not mention the member of parliament. The report talks about the fund manager. So I only call upon my colleagues that we take our work seriously, especially on the oversight role, and especially on the matter CDF. We are not even patrons by either way. We don't handle that money directly. We simply oversight the funds. And when our constituencies are mentioned, because we are people who represent the people, we should be here to really follow and see what really happened as far as that money is concerned. Honorable Speaker, it will be very important for us to state that the decentralized funds from different angles, decentralized funds are aged from different areas. But CDF in particular is very visible on the things that they really do, because they touch on the common mwananchi. Because we are directly involved in oversighting the decentralized funds, Honorable Speaker, the people and the members of parliament that came before us set a clear precedence as far as the oversight of such fund is concerned, and that is why it is very easy for any member of the public to walk in the streets and identify a single, you'll not walk about 10 meters without noticing that this project has been done by the NGCDF. You won't walk in any constituency and fail to notice a project that has been done by NGCDF, which is oversighted by the members of parliament or the members of the National Assembly. And that is, of course, contrary to what we see in the county governments. You'll see a lot of funds. You see them sometimes appearing before committees and seeking to be allocated huge sums of money, but you cannot identify a single thing. In fact, in my county, we have a history of a county government that say that they gave cows to each household. For some reason, Honorable Speaker, I thought that somebody might have taken my cow, because that was the report at that particular point. You can hardly see anything done by the county government. You'll actually struggle to see. But for the NGCDF, and because of the structures that were placed and put by the people who came before us, you will be able to identify the projects. And that is why, in picking the words of my colleagues that have spoken before me, it's important for us to really be keen on all the things that have been raised by the decentralized committee, because there are things that, of course, now really affect the operations of the NGCDF. The things to do with, like somebody mentioned about the district accountants. You know, there is need for us to possibly come up with other structures, because sometimes I remember at some point where, Honorable Speaker, my committee was meant to commission some classroom block that was done by the NGCDF, but the contractor had not been paid, and he declined to hand over the keys. And when we tried to ask, they said, the fund manager told me that, you know, it's the district accountant is not there to sign the check, he is not approved. And, you know, when we tried to call the guy, he said, you know, I'm in a country, I can't be able to come. He gave me about 3 days. Those gentlemen who are sent as district accountants are turning to be small gods as far as these funds are concerned. And we keep begging them at times to make sure that they are available for purposes of signing and such kind of things. But even as we do that, Honorable Speaker, it's also very important for us, as the people who oversight these funds, to reallocate, or rather to propose matters of construction of you know, the schools and anything that is directly on us equitably. Because sometimes it pains that when we move to some other areas, you'll notice that there are some areas that are well done, there are other areas that are not well done. But again, it's also because, Honorable Speaker, of what we would call the equitable funds. Because it really has never made sense to some of us that in a constituency like mine, that has got about 158 schools, 158 schools, I get equal amount as the constituencies that have about 40 schools, you know? And then sometimes you see members of the public complaining that, you know, you are not building story buildings. You're not, you know, why can't you erect story buildings like your neighbors? Because my neighbors have got 40 schools and I have got 158. And the amount of money I get is actually, we get equal amount of money. And those are the things that we also need to discuss about, even as we discuss this report, so that we're able to get a bit of some equitable amount to be able to mitigate these other places that have got challenges of maybe high population or so many schools. For that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support the report. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Rueda, followed by Honorable Wakili Muriu.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipatia nami nafasi nami nipate kuchangia kwa hii ripoti ya mkaguzi mkuu wa mfuko wa fedha. Bwana Spika, nimeona hapa, nimepitia ripoti, nimeona Lamu Mashariki haiko, lakini Lamu Magharibi iko. Kwa masikitiko naona kuna matatizo mengi. Na fedha hizi huwa ni za kusaidia wale wanyonge kule. Wale ambao wanajiweza wao hata haziwasaidii. Sasa fedha hizi zikiwa haziangaliwi vizuri, wale wanyonge wanazidi kwa wanyonge. Mimi naunga mkono report kama mkaguzi mkuu alivyosema. Na matatizo yanatokea, kama nimeshangazwa sana kama ikiwa Lamu County, Lamu Magharibi imefanyiwa ukaguzi, Lamu Mashariki haikufanyiwa. Bwana Spika, imekuwa shida kwetu. Lamu Mashariki imekuwa nyuma sana kwa miaka mingi, kwa sababu hawa wakaguzi wakienda wanaambiwa kule kuna Al-Shabaab, wanaambiwa kuna bahari chafu, na huwa hakuna bahari chafu wala Al-Shabaab. Huwa ni kigezo tu cha kuwafanya wasiende kukagua. Na wakiendelea hivyo huwa wanaleta shida. Shida ni kama sasa hivi mimi nimeingia, nikifika kwangu kazi ni nyingi za kufanywa na pesa nayo iko, lakini nikiangalia zile kazi nilizoko nazo kama zilifanywa nyuma ingekuwa kwangu pia ni rahisi. Kwa mfano sahihi tunaambiwa wanaambiwa upande wa CDF wapande miti. Miti hiyo itapandwa vipi? Na sasa shule zote za Lamu Mashariki hakuna shule hata moja yenye ukuta, yani ile boundary wall, hakuna shule hata moja iko. Wale watu wa Lamu Mashariki wataendelea kutatizika, lakini Mwenyezi Mungu atatusaidia. Tungangane. Mimi sahihi niko macho kuangalia kufanya kazi yangu kama mbunge, niangalie fund manager anafanya kazi vizuri, na hao auditor wakaribishwe kule wakague, lakini pia matatizo yale isionekane sasa ni hivi uzuri inaonekana miaka hapa tajulikana kina nani ndio walifanya makosa. Bwana Spika, hao wakiwa wanakuja kule wanasaidia, manake kuna matatizo sengine basari inatumika kisiasa, sengine basari haiendi kwa watarajiwa, sengine pia kuna mashule ni wakora. Pesa za basari sahihi unabidi ukague moja moja paka ukosane na walimu, kwa sababu kama ufanyi hivyo imekuwa ni kama na biashara. So nataka huyo Auditor General kwa hii ripoti yake pia kama ni wakati mwingine ahakikishe amekagua vizuri hizi mashule. Mashule pia zina matatizo mengi. Bwana Spika, kwa hii CDF mwaka huu au hapa tulipoingia sisi imekuwa wale wala wodi 3 wamepunguziwa. Ni kwa masikitiko. Sijui walitumia mbinu gani wakapunguza, na ni ile kila sahihi imekuwa kila mtu anazungumza, ambao wanakaa ambao wanajua wako wengi wanazungumzia ile mambo ya 1 man 1 shilling 1 vote. Bwana Spika, kuna mashule na watu wengine wanatutolea bahati ati kwa nini watoto wetu wanaenda kusoma mashule yao. Yale mashule ukenda pengine yametengezwa hizi boundary wall au hizi ukuta zimejengwa kutoka wakati wa ukoloni. Sisi zetu hazina paka tutegemee mfuko huu ndio kuutengeza, ambapo hata sasa hatuwezi kupanda miti. Tunaambiwa wanaambiwa kwa CDF wapande miti, lakini haiwezi kupandika paka utengeze kuta, na ukitengeza kuta inaweza chukua miaka 10 labda ndio umalize hizo kuta peke yake bila kufanya jambo lingine, na pesa imepunguzwa. Ingekuwa vizuri kamati ya bunge itembelee maeneo kama haya ambao zile ina wodi 3, iangalie matatizo yao walionayo, iboreshe zile shule, tafute mbinu. Kisha kama mtakweza kufikiria mambo ya hiyo shilingi 1 man 1 shilling 1 vote, lakini mwanzo mmeinua wengine, manake matatizo yako mengi kwa mashule. Manake tukiendelea hivi itabidi hao watoto wetu waje huko kwenu hivyo hivyo. Lakini mkienda mutafute mbinu za kutusaidia, kama hata ni mfuko kwa kwingine, angalau ijengwe hizo boundary wall, kisha sisi tufanye mengine. Manake mambo hayajafanywa kwa muda mrefu na yameleta shida na yanaendeleza mgogoro ule kuendelea. Bwana Spika, yasikitisha, na ni vile mwasema hataki tuzungumze moja moja. Hapa shule zimetajwa nyingi, kama sijui Mkunumbi, Matondoni, Wito zimetajwa, mapesa mengi, lakini kwa masikitiko huwezi kwenda kuona ile pesa iliyotumika kama ndio kile kitu kilioko pale. Bwana Spika, hapa nimesikia wakizungumza, na ni kwa utovu wa ufahamu kwamba hawaelewi, hawajazunguka hii Kenya wakaangalia mazingira yalivyo. Mmoja hapa amesema cost, yani pwani ndio ina matatizo, gharama za kujenga ziko juu. Lakini kama mtu alikuwa na ufahamu hangesimama hapa akazungumza, kwa sababu pahali kama Lamu Mashariki kuna changamoto tofauti. Unaweza tumia mafuta kutoka Lamu kwa boat kwenda pahali kwa dakika 20. Mafuta yale yanakutosha kuja Nairobi na kurudi. Sasa lazima gharama za usafiri ziwe nyingi. Paka ukisema cost useme na wapi. Uwezi kufananisha mtu wa Nairobi hapa useme gharama yake kujenga classroom au darasa kujenga itakuwa sawa na mtu wa Kiunga. Kule inatolewa kandarasi hata mtu anakataa kufanya. Sahihi hapa kwa mfano tunataka kutengeza barabara, pesa imekuja, lakini usafiri paka itoke meli Mombasa ibebe hizo vifaa zipeleke hapo Mtangawanda, na ambapo kutoka Lamu ni dakika 20 kwa boti. Lakini meli hiyo ina charge pesa ngapi? Inaweza kulipisha zaidi ya milioni 6 ni kupeleka vifaa peke yake. So mkizungumza gharama za usafiri museme na pahali husika. Na kamati mutembelee hizi sehemu hakuna Alshababu, muende mkaone changamoto. Hizi visiwa inakuwa ngumu sana kutengeneza, gharama zake ziko juu, lakini pia kuna wengine hutumia gharama kama hizo ili kuiba, lakini wale wasawa nao pia huwa ni gharama ni juu kidogo kushinda huku. Bwana Spika, kwa mengi ya kuzungumza, asante, shukran.
MP Wakili Moriu, followed by the MP from Mbeere North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving this opportunity. I would like to support this report from Honorable Muriongi. The report is extremely elaborate, it's very in-depth, and I think Mr. Speaker, sir, is addressing the key pertinent issues which is affecting the life and the well-being of the CDF funds. Mr. Speaker, sir, the report casts aspersions and at the same time gives recommendation on what this parliament, the role to ensure that we are able to strengthen the legislation, to ensure the objective of the CDF Act and the CDF funds lives to its day. Mr. Speaker, sir, I do appreciate the role of Parliament under Article 95. Our role is to ensure that we legislate, and therefore I want to urge my members that we have an act. It is not absolute act, it's not perfect, and therefore as members of Parliament, we have a role to point out to the CDF board, to the public, and to ensure that the CDF fund is able to meet the aspirations of our people. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the recommendations made over here, I want to associate myself 100% with them. And as you very well know, Mr. Speaker, sir, the role of members of Parliament under the Act, Article 95, is oversight, legislation, and representation. And therefore, as members of Parliament, what I've seen from the report is that we are coming too late when the reports are already out at the end of the financial year, when the horse has already bolted. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to make a recommendation, and I think I've seen it in the report, that the issues pertaining to preparing the budgets for the CDF, that role sits squarely with the member of Parliament. And why is that? The reason is this, Mr. Speaker, sir. The reason why these members of Parliament were elected is because we took our manifesto, we took our vision to the people, and our vision was superior more than our competitors. And that's why the members of the public and the voters took over, and they gave us enough votes to be able to carry out that vision. And therefore, our first role and obligation, Mr. Speaker, sir, is to ensure that our budgets, before they are taken to the board, we have a robust conversation with the CDF managers, we have a robust conversation with our CDF committee, and to ensure that that budget is aligned to the will of the people. Mr. Speaker, sir, the second issue is that the fund managers in their own structure, they leave a lot to be desired. They report to the CEO and HR in Nairobi, and therefore, whenever there is an issue, what they normally do is to say, I'll refer the matter to Nairobi. But the issue pertaining to the fund management is about the local issues. So the question is, how are we able to ensure that the fund managers are aligned to the will of the people? Because there is what you call a disconnect between the fund managers and the people on the ground. For example, in Gataka constituency, one of the biggest challenge which we've been able to overcome with a lot of stress is bursary. Children are in school, children are being sent out of school, parents are calling each and every day, and we promise the parents that we'll be able to ensure that CDF bursary will come in timely. You find this, the fund manager, they are dragging their feet, they are bringing all manner of complication, they are asking for all manner of documentation, but in a nutshell, it is purely a delay tactic. And when you talk to the employers, the CEO of the CDF board, and the management, what you find, even if you have a serious concern about the workings of a CDF, of a fund manager, what they normally do, the much they do is transfer the CDF manager from one station to another, which basically is transferring the problem from one position to another, to transferring the problem from one constituency to the other. Mr. Speaker, sir, I urge, and I want to assure that we need to bring a legislation whereby when we make substantive complaint against the CDF managers, the issue is not about moving that CDF manager from Gatanga to Gatondo or from Gatanga to Kandara, but to ensure serious disciplinary action has been taken. And to ensure that we are all aligned, because we are not serving the air, we are serving the people who elected us. Secondly, the other issue, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the issue about the committees. The committees which are provided for under the CDF Act, they are the carriers of the vision on the ground. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, the fund manager is supposed to be subservient to the committee. His work is purely to account, not to direct. And therefore, you find that, Mr. Speaker, sir, there is always a conflict. When it comes to matters pertaining to development funds, there is always a dragging of the feet by the fund manager. But when it comes to issue about allowances, those allowances are removed like yesterday. But when it comes to issues about the funding, there's a serious issue that it's like removing a tooth from the fund managers. And I think this issue, again, Mr. Speaker, sir, is complicated by a district accountant who is non-aligned in the constituency. A district accountant who is not under the control of the CDF management or the CDF board. Now, you have a third party. He is responsible to nobody. He can fail to come to the office. There are some emergencies. And then, also, the district accountant, he makes certain demands in terms of documentation to make sure the process delays. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think it's a high time, because the CDF Act is a creation of this House, to ensure that the CDF Act brings in an accountant who is under the control of the CDF board, as opposed to a third party who they have no control against. Mr. Speaker, sir, the third issue is about the creativity of the fund managers. I've had a number of conversations with the management of CDF here in Nairobi and at the constituency. But you find that they use what you call extremely archaic methods of working. Mr. Speaker, sir, I happen to bring in a digital system in Gatanga constituency, and which was received with a lot of hostility. And because the reason why that was there is because when you bring in a system, the system will detect duplication. The system will cut the time under which you are able to verify the beneficiaries of the bursary. And that brought a lot of issues. To a certain extent, I lost the chairman of my CDF. I lost my CDF fund manager because I brought in what you call traceability, accountability, and transparency. The CDF Act needs to be looked into again. It should be able to address the modern times. Today, if you go to Katanga and go back to the years where CDF has been disbanded, there has never been any iota of record on what the CDF money. There's no record of who was given the money. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, creativity is required as we go to the new times in the 21st century. And I have a lot of resistance, Mr. Speaker, sir, and there's a motion before this House. And it's particular on the interpretation of Section 48 and Section 48A under the CDF Act. The fund managers are not helpful. The secretariat is not helpful. But what you're saying, Mr. Speaker, sir, is this. There is no way we can be funding the secondary school with bursary, universities with the bursary, and all those areas, they are funded by capitation, and we leave the primary school. Mr. Speaker, sir, you can imagine a 2-year-old, 3-4-year-old kid going to school, spending the whole day not eating, but his brother in
The MP for order. Nobody can donate any. The MP for no.
Kitui
Rural, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I want to be very brief.
Order, Kitui Rural, order. After the MP for Mbere North. Mbere North. Order. Mbere North, and then you come in after that. Order. There is no donation. This is a report.
Thank you, Mr.
Proceed.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to first to point out a number of issues as far as national government CDF fund is concerned. One, Mr. Speaker, when scorers or the managers in strategic management, when they are coming up with a strategic plan of any institution, whether it is a constituency or a government company or a private company, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of elements which these experts look into. And one of them is the external environment as well as internal environment of that institution or that organization. Mr. Speaker, constituency is a legal unit. It's a constitutional unit established by our Constitution. And therefore, there is need for the managers, whether it is the fund manager or the constituency office manager or ourselves as members of parliament, to look at some of these variables. And the variables I'm talking about is external environment of that constituency, as well as the internal environment of that constituency, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, you agree with me that different constituencies have different factors to be considered in terms of administering the CDF funds. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, because we have different challenges, we will definitely come up with different strategic plans, and the implementation matrix will be extremely different from one constituency to the other. And therefore, it will be wrong, Mr. Speaker, for CDF board to have what I may call a template to be applied across the 290 constituencies in the Republic of Kenya. Because these constituencies are distinct, they are different politically and in terms of environment, in terms of even the number of schools, the number of security infrastructures, the number of population in these constituencies, they are completely different. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the CDF board should never, at any given time, come up with a template to be used in 290 constituencies. But every constituency should be able to develop its own template, which is applicable on its circumstances, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the recommendations by the committee, there is a recommendation number 5 on reallocation of funds without approval of the national government CDF board. As much as we seek approval for reallocation of funds, Mr. Speaker, and which probably may also take time for consideration, I think we have different priorities. And the use of these funds, of course, it is to the benefit of the people of that constituency, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, as the members of parliament or the fund managers, when they seek reallocation of funds, so that they can be used in the most needed sectors, which the management of that constituency think that it requires to be invested in. There should be no tug of war between the board and the constituency. I think this is something which should be expedited by the board at all times, Mr. Speaker. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, is when we should be getting when we should, as an institution, as a parliament, it is important to oversight all the agencies which require to do the audit, and in this case, the audit arm of the government. We should not be talking about a report of 10 years ago. I think, Mr. Speaker, as a House of the People, we will be failing the people we are representing. It is important to ensure the audit reports are there in a timely manner, especially and more so immediately after every financial year, so that we can be accountable to the people of the Republic of Kenya on how their resources are being utilized. Mr. Speaker, I support this report and congratulate the chair and his team for coming up with this. But in the future, let's get the report, the audit report of all the constituencies and all the government institutions in a timely manner at the end of every financial year, so that we be accountable to the people who brought us in this house. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
MP for Kitui Rural.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also air my views on this report. On the onset, let me say that I support the report because I'm a member of that committee. And as some members have said, the reports are outdated, but I want to say that they also reflect the current situation and challenges facing CDF. Although probably we may need to look at more current reports so that at least you can get the overview of the challenges which are facing CDF. Mr. Speaker, the report has raised several challenges, and I want to say that most of us who are in 12 parliaments, we faced a lot of problems with the fund managers. I remember during that 5 years, I changed my fund managers 4 times. And one of the challenges is that most of these farm managers had no respect to the members of parliament. And you could look for a farm manager for a month, and you want something to be done, and you cannot find him. Mr. Speaker, the structures of CDF employment, you find that these are what we call regional managers. Actually, me personally, I don't know what the regional managers, what is the work of regional managers. And you will realize that even most of members, they may not even know they are somebody called regional manager, who is supposed to, whose farm managers are supposed to report to him or her. So therefore, if really these managers, they have no work, I think those vacancies should be declared redundant. Mr. Speaker, there's a recommendation that the fund managers are facing challenges in preparing financial reports and submitting the reports to auditors. But from the recommendation of employing qualified accountants, the farm managers themselves should have knowledge of accounting so that at least they understand the accounting, they have knowledge of accounting, they understand the accounting. That way, they will be able to adapt to the international public sector accounting standards reporting framework. Because the report saying that really most of them, they don't even understand those standards. And it's very important for them to understand. There are issues of district accountant, And you realize CDF has no control of these two accountants. But I also believe that these two accountants are very important. When we say that we need to create our own treasury for CDF, I'm wondering, CDF money is more seasonal. It comes quarterly. So are we saying that we are going to have an accountant, a treasury, which is only going to only handle CDF? So what we need to do is we need to see how we can work closely with the district accountant so that he can be able to facilitate our work. On the issue of design, cost, and quality, that is a CDF, standardization of CDF construction projects, I think this is very important. Because if you go to different areas, different constituencies, you may realize the designs are different. But if you go to the Ministry of Education, they have standard classrooms for primary schools and secondary schools. So if you have a very good QS from the ministry, from the county government, this person will be able to give you the design and the sizes of those different classes. But I have issues of the cost, because you may realize that cost may not be the same in the same county. Because one, because of distances. Two, the materials, construction materials you are using. Because I'm just giving an example. Me from Kitui Rural and Kitui Central, there's no way we can have the same cost of constructing a classroom, because myself, my console is a bit wider, the distance is big. But what I'm saying is that the difference, the cost of this should not be that wide. I mean, if a classroom is costing 1 million shillings in Kitui Central, should not be, Kitui Rural should not cost 1.5 million. I mean, that one does not make any technical sense. The other thing which is CDF is facing, and this is now very serious, is disbursements, late disbursements, and utilization of funds. As we speak, two things. One, we have undisbursed funds from previous years of 2 billion shillings, which we should be able to push so that we get that money. But my biggest worry is up to now, we have not even received our 50% of CDF. Now, imagine we are remaining with only 1 month, only June. Now, if we are going to go to next financial year with something like 20 billion undisbursed funds for CDF, what is going to happen? We are going to wait for supplementary budget, which is going to be a challenge, because I'm telling you, this 2 billion, it was 4 billion, but last parliament, 12th parliament, we managed only to squeeze 2 billion. Then we have a balance too. Now, if you go up like 10 billion undisbursed, plus the 2 billion, that is 12 billion, how are we going to get that money? So we need to push Treasury. And it's good news that I was in Washington, and for IMF World Bank talks, spring talks. And the World Bank promised to give us $1 billion US. And I was reading the newspaper today, there's another organization which is giving us around another 400 billion. So as Parliament, we should be able to push to be given all our money before end of this year, for end of this month, so that at least we can be able to implement the projects which we are supposed to implement. Lastly, sharing your CDF, this is a very big, actually is a very big issue. You know, last Parliament we passed that we are going to use wards. I don't think these are very good variable for using. CDF, most of the money goes to schools. And we should be able to use the number of schools. Imagine somebody who has a constituency in Nairobi has less than 10 schools. Personally, I have over 200 schools. And we are given the same amount of money. Is that really not anti-discrimination? So let's think, because schools, the number of schools, the data on schools, even enrollment, they are with the Ministry of Education. And to me, that's the best way and best method we can use to get a fair share of this money. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
The MP for Saku, followed by the MP for Inapkoi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, I want to thank the Chairman Mulyungi and his members for this report. It only goes insofar as to say that government records only gather dust, but they don't die. So whether it is a 2013 report or 2016, that report is still becomes extinct to the extent that what we are experiencing today in our constituencies, are there any differences? We still have the fund managers, some overstay, some stay for very few months, others are not really trained accountants, others you doubt their education. So all these issues are still relevant today than they were when you actually question that this report is for 10 years ago. Honorable Speaker, the issue of standardization, and here I'm looking at this report where these members who are building dams, water dams, street lights, health, water. So if still there are certain constituencies with the luxury to do projects that are largely done by counties or devolved, then I would agree with the MP for Kitui Rural that there are people who actually don't know what to do with that money. They might have too much money on their hands. Because with the little money we get, let alone bursaries, let alone classrooms, even constructing laboratories for all our secondary schools becomes a tall order. On the issue of standardization, I think I would agree with all the members that we can't standardize on cost, but we can standardize on design, particularly on the common facilities that are used in secondary schools or even in primary schools. Because if you go to northern Kenya, even within a constituency, the costs are different. There are schools that are in town, and there are locations that are far-flung, that the cost of cement, sand, water, all of them compounds the prices of everything that, all the materials that is used, that the costing can never be the same. Honorable Speaker, reading through this report, I think the issue of bookkeeping which is really the bane of this report, that 20 million was allocated here, but when you try to go through the books, the receipts, then you find there's some 2 million that is missing, or 500, or 3.5. Then you ask yourself, in the long run, who will be losing this money? Actually, it is the allocation to the constituency that is disappearing. In our constituencies, 500 or 600 is a lot of money. Because if you use the sort of labor to cost, then you can construct a classroom, as opposed to contracting somebody out there to do this work. On the issue of, I think, bursaries, many of my colleagues have talked about it. Honorable Speaker, majority of our children today, they attend secondary schools or tertiary colleges because of bursary. In the region that I come from, people have lost all their livestock. Basically, they are destitute. And what they wait for is, when is this bursary coming? If you give them that 3,000 or 4,000, when the schools open the following term, they will still wait for the same, or else those youngsters are going to drop out of school. Yes, there is the idea of thinking, yes, it's about the population, it's about this or that. But I think largely, the thinking in this House must be motivated by needs, not just certain factors that are fixed. Because if we look at even per capita in this country, some regions are wealthier than others. Some regions are endowed as a result of a continuous allocation of more resources, or the government has invested in some of the areas more than many. The region I come from, I still feel that even with devolution, I'm still marginalized, I'm still excluded, I still feel I am poor. And that is why recently they reduced the allocation for bursaries, I mean for the CDF, and they tagged it on wards. So we lost some money. But still, our needs are actually more than being reduced. Finally, Honorable Speaker, you know, the Japanese invented something called Kaizen. Kaizen means continuous improvement. What I had wanted to read in this report, maybe a rider after the recommendation, is that certain issues in this report, because of the time lapse, certain things have been corrected or they have been looked at. But what we have is a raw report where majority of the MPs who are oversighting, I think they no longer enjoy the comfort of this House. So it is just another report. But what is glaring, and which I want to ask the Honorable Chair, is that those constituencies should not lose that money that has been misappropriated by individuals or they have transferred money to the wrong places without being authorized. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support, and I want to say it's a good effort from that committee.
The MP for Inapkoi, followed by the woman rep for Kirinyaga, Madam Jerry Maina.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. At the outset, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate my very good friend, Honorable Mulyungi, the chair of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, this committee has done a very commendable job. This report was tabled in December of 2021. The House was unable to debate. But this committee, Mr. Speaker, had 3 sittings to consider this report in a very efficient and effective manner. And they discharged their responsibility in a very acceptable manner. And we'd like to thank them. I'd also like to thank the chair for being very patriotic and nationalist in terms of his outlook of things. That he is here today in spite and despite of the mandamanos that are taking place from his side of the coalition. I must thank him very much because he did not abscond duty. He knew that it is more important to be in the House and discharge his mandate as required by the Constitution. So we must thank him very much. And he has said throughout, he has not been concerned. There was a member who walked in, made a lot of noise here. He was not concerned, he was not moved. I saw his demeanor did not change. So we must thank him very much because he's done a very commendable job. Mr. Speaker, this report is indeed late in its consideration by the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, this report touches on the 26 constituencies for the period ranging from the 2013 to the 2016. This indeed, Mr. Speaker, is a stale report that we are considering. Although we consider postmortems, we consider reports, audit reports as postmortem, but this one is over-delayed. Even in the postmortem itself, this is rotten, Mr. Speaker. So that even the fund managers who are supposed to have been held responsible, some of them have retired, some of them, their terms have expired, they are no longer in service. So even as we speak, the people to be held responsible have ceased to work for the CDF. So it becomes a report that we are talking about misappropriation of funds by certain fund managers. But as you know, Mr. Speaker, criminal offense has no time limitations. So it doesn't matter whether they have retired, whether they have resigned, whether their contracts have come to an end, they will still be held responsible criminally once this report is approved, Mr. Speaker. The responsible agencies will certainly investigate them. One important thing that I must support in this report, Mr. Speaker, is the removal of the treasury manager being domiciled at the sub-county treasury. And that, Mr. Speaker, we support that this treasury manager be appointed and be domesticated at the constituency development offices so that the auditors or the accountants that we have employed in our constituencies would be able to work under them and so that they can be more effective. As we speak right now, Mr. Speaker, when they are being asked to write the checks, we have to wait for a long time because there are so many competing interests. They have the DCC, there are many other government agencies. So our checks get delayed. And you know, bursaries don't wait for anyone. The students are being asked, where are the bursaries? Where are the fees you have not paid? And so if you have not paid school fees, the child is sent home. I remember, Mr. Speaker, of an incident because of the delay by the treasury manager. in my constituency recently. I was at the far flank of my constituency, and I was in this family, and the mother told me my daughter has been sent away. And so I told her, please, can you call her, tell her not to come, because I will sort it out on Monday. He says, no, I can't call her to come because she has already entered into a matatu, and I'm sure she will be here in the next 10 minutes. And so I couldn't stop. I'm coming home. The parents have paid money to transport her back home because of a check which had not been written for 10,000 by the treasury officer or manager. Because we are not in charge, we are not in control. We can't ask them why they have not done so. We can't discipline them. So it is important that this recommendation be carried and be implemented. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, that I wanted to mention about this report is the need to consider the formula that has been used in the division of the constituency development funds. I am aware, Mr. Speaker, the relevant amendment that was made to the Constituency Development Act last year in June, when most of the members of parliament had already retired or they had been removed in the nomination, so they had lost interest, and some people passed an amendment here, in which one of the amendments, Mr. Speaker, it says that the allocation of CDF funds will be based on the number of wards that a constituency has. Mr. Speaker, this is highly faulty, it is unlawful, it is illegal, because this is constituency development fund. This is not a ward development fund. There is a criteria that was used in the Constitution to create every constituency, the 290 constituencies, so that there is no one constituency that is better than the other or that is smaller than the other. There are a number of parameters that were used. There were a number of criteria that were used in coming up with constituencies. Take, for instance, Mr. Speaker, North Orr. North Orr, Mr. Speaker, is the size of Uasin Gishu County. And it is one constituency. And possibly...
Order.
Yeah.
It is the size of Central, Western, and Nyanza put together.
Mr. Speaker, I am suitably informed
by
the Speaker, who is well informed and better informed than this Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you have even made it better, Mr. Speaker.
It's definitely by far bigger than Uasin Gishu County.
Absolutely, Mr.
By far.
Speaker. And then you have another one also, which is infested by banditry, called Tiati, which is bigger than all the 5 constituencies in Baringo itself. Mr. Speaker, and then you are saying we are going to subdivide or allocate resources based on the number of wards. Mr. Speaker, that is not the criteria that was used in creating constituencies. Constituencies was not created based on the number of wards that existed in that particular constituency. There were parameters. There was the question of the number of the population. It must meet the criteria of population of 133. Mr. Speaker, so, and then the divergence, about 30%, Mr. Speaker. So
the Honorable Joshua Mwalio, what's your point of order?
Yes, I would like him to inform me, Mr. Speaker.
Having been sitting in the CDF committee for last term, the 12th Parliament, the bill for Honorable Eseli is the one which informed the division of the NGCDF according to the wards. And it was debated for 2 years in this House. So it was not debated when people had taken leave and have gone for campaigns. That is the information I wanted to pass to the chair of...
Proceed, MP Fainapkoi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that's a debate, Mr. Speaker. You know, I was saying, Mr. Speaker, CDF is not an equalization fund. This is not an equalization fund where people say, we have so many number of schools. This is constituency development fund. What it means is that you must divide this, you must allocate these resources in accordance with the constituencies that exist. And the amendment that we carried in 2017, Mr. Speaker, was the correct amendment, where we said the CDF funds will be allocated on the basis of the existing constituencies, which were 290 constituencies. So that, for instance, if the allocation of the fund is 44 billion as it is this year, then it will be 44 billion divided by 290 constituencies. And that is an equitable way of distributing the funds, Mr. Speaker. Two, if somebody thinks that his constituency or their constituencies are disadvantaged, then they must apply to the equalization fund or go to the ministries and use other criteria, but not the CDF fund itself, Mr. Speaker, and seek to divide on the basis of wards. 2, 3, Mr. Speaker. In fact, this bill is totally faulty. You know, once you use the criteria of counties, you have already taken yourself to the province of the Senate. This bill was never sent to the Senate. In fact, I am informed, Mr. Speaker, there was no concurrence between the Speaker of the National Assembly and that of the Senate, Mr. Speaker. So, in the first instance, if I was to challenge even this bill in a court of law, it will just fail on the same day. There was no concurrence. It touches on counties. It was not taken to the Senate, Mr. Speaker. So, and when you mention wards, you have taken yourself to the province of the counties. And the Constitution is very clear. The National Assembly has no power to pass a law that touches on the counties on itself. It has to refer that particular law to the Senate. And so, Mr. Speaker, some of the faulty provisions that people pass here, it is not on the basis of numbers, Mr. Speaker, that 100 people have agreed to pass an unconstitutional bill, and then we are told, oh, we must comply. We cannot comply over unconstitutional things, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, we must avoid this business of being isolationist in prosecuting matters. We must be inclusive, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't matter whether the constituency in Mandera has about 2 wards or 3 wards. It has about 21,000 maybe voters. Mr. Speaker, there was a criteria that was used in the Constitution to create that particular constituency. If you have a problem, go and amend the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Not to come here and get some numbers here, and then pass an unconstitutional act, Mr. Speaker, or amendment. That is not acceptable, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support this report.
Madam Jerry Maina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree that CDF or NGCDF has transformed this nation, Mr. Speaker. I recall at the time when I was younger, the Honorable Robinson Njeru Gidhaya, who was the first member of parliament for Ndia constituency, where I come from, to be re-elected to parliament. And I remember mushrooming of schools and healthcare centers within Ndia constituency, Mr. Speaker. And I want to laud the committee for this report, Mr. Speaker. NGCDF has its shortcomings, Mr. Speaker, as we have witnessed, and I believe as we have read from this committee, Mr. Speaker. I think my colleague has mentioned on the issue of the number of students. And Mr. Speaker, we have had this conversation from time to time. And I do not think that members who are asking for the separation of the bursary fund and the other fund, Mr. Speaker, are people who are selfish, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think he has given an example, and I will also give one from Kirinyaga County, Mr. Speaker. There is a ward, because the allocation is given per ward. There is a ward that has 27,000 voters, Mr. Speaker. And there's another one which has 15,000 voters, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with all due reason, the ward that has more numbers has more students, Mr. Speaker. And there is nothing that is cast on stone, Mr. Speaker. I believe this is something that members can have a discussion about to see how we can ensure that every child is catered for when it comes to bursaries, Mr. Speaker. Every child in this nation has a right to education, Mr. Speaker. Whether that child is in Mandera, whether that child is in Kirinyaga, whether that child is in Kisumu, they have a right to basic education, Mr. Speaker. And we go as per the vision of our very good former president, Mwai Kibaki. He envisioned a nation that supported its children to attain basic minimum education, Mr. Speaker. So I believe that going forward with NGCDF, we should be having discussions to see how we can ensure that we cater for every child in every constituency in this nation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, perhaps another thing that this House needs to look at is the harmonization of the bursary kitty, Mr. Speaker. The governor has a bursary kitty, Mr. Speaker. I, as a county woman member to the National Assembly, have a bursary kitty, Mr. Speaker. And MPs, or single constituency members, have a bursary kitty, Mr. Speaker. So what you find is that some of the students, and who are needy and deserving, have not been given bursaries, while some of the other students have been allocated bursaries by perhaps the area MCA, the county woman member to the National Assembly, and the MP, Mr. Speaker. So these are discussions that we need to have in future so that we can see how we can ensure that we strengthen NGCDF and also ensure that we have maximum and optimum output, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have seen issues raised by the auditors of funds that have been misappropriated, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say this, we have laws in this nation, Mr. Speaker. So whether the fund manager has quit or they have had a transition, Mr. Speaker, it is not an issue or a matter that we should discuss, Mr. Speaker. People who have abused and misused public offices must be held accountable, Mr. Speaker. People who have misused the resources of this nation, the resources that should go to needy children, to children who are deserving, Mr. Speaker, they should be held culpable, Mr. Speaker. So I want to call on the membership, Mr. Speaker, and this committee, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we do not only say that funds have been lost, and funds have been lost by people who apparently were from the previous regime, Mr. Speaker. Someone must be held accountable. That fund manager is a member of that constituency, Mr. Speaker. There's someone who can be found, and they should be held culpable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to request that we see how we can have continuity of projects, Mr. Speaker. Because what you find is an area member of parliament has left, the other one who has taken over does not want to continue with a project that had been initiated before, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have instances where we have buildings that were supposed to be youth hub centers, IT centers, that you find now the person who came on board does not want to equip them because they feel that is a project that was from the previous member of parliament, Mr. Speaker. Government is about continuity, Mr. Speaker. So we need to have and look at these issues to see how we can have a wholesome, objective outlook to ensure that we have continuity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, despite that, I want to laud members that we have seen who are exemplary, Mr. Speaker. We've seen the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, Mr. Speaker. We've seen that he has even put very nice classrooms, Mr. Speaker. We've seen he has ensured that there's tiles, Mr. Speaker. And I want to call upon all members. It is about goodwill. This work that we do, Mr. Speaker, is about ensuring that we deliver to the common mwananchi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to support this report, and I want to request that the committee takes action on the people who have misused funds of this nation, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Makali Mulu, followed by Joshua Mwalio.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in appreciating the good work of Honorable Gideon Mulyungi. More so, tabling of this report to this House. When you read the introductory part of this report, Honorable Speaker, it is clear that this report was tabled in the 12th Parliament, and the committee went out of their way to make sure that it doesn't become just another report on the shelves, but it is presented here and for debate. The fact that, Honorable Speaker, we are discussing a report which is as old as 10 years old does not mean that the issues raised here are not also important issues today. When I look at this report, Honorable Speaker, there are some issues which have been captured here, which I think even today, they are applicable. And the only thing we could possibly request Honorable Mulyungi and members of that committee to do is to make sure that in the next report then, they are able to work a bit faster to catch up with the with the current years, so that we don't start doing post-mortem of very many years, which have already passed, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, I just want to comment on a few issues. The first one, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of standardization of designs and activities. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the Act, the CDF Act, the National Government CDF Act, it clearly states that after every 2 years, you are supposed to conduct public participation. The fund manager and the board is expected to conduct public participation, so that through that public participation, members of the public who live within that particular constituency are able to say what are their priorities. And on the basis of that, Honorable Speaker, then it means that there will be uniqueness in terms of projects being funded from one constituency to another. Honorable Speaker, you have had some members here saying that some members are doing story buildings in terms of classrooms. You have just heard the immediate member who has spoken before me talking about tiles in classrooms. And Honorable Speaker, I'm telling you, in some constituencies you can't talk about tiles because students are studying under trees. So it means that there's no way you can compare a member with another. You need to look at the local situation and analyze the performance of that member based on that local situation. And that's why we are saying, Honorable Speaker, that is also applicable to the board at Nairobi, that when it comes to approval of projects, Honorable Speaker, we should have a built-in flexibility in the approval process, because you'll find that while I might propose a project, my constituency might propose a project which is not in the normal menu, that project might be very important to that constituency. So unless you, Honorable Speaker, somebody is funding account government project as per the schedule, if it is a national government project, Honorable Speaker, I think it is important that it is supported. And I want to call upon the Nairobi board, together with the CEO, that they build that flexibility in their approval process, so that we don't lock out projects which are very critical to specific constituencies just because of applying a general rule. The other matter, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of the project accountant. That has been discussed a lot in this House today, Honorable Speaker. And I agree with some of the members who are saying we might not be generating enough transactions, Honorable Speaker, to have a standalone accountant for our constituencies. But I think what is critical, Honorable Speaker, is that we need to build capacity of the district accountants who are serving the rest of the government, so that they appreciate that UCDF is a program and a project needs to be given some priority when it comes to processing, Honorable Speaker, the financial requests. On that note, then, Honorable Speaker, we'll have no problems. But, Honorable Speaker, it's also important to note that there are also personality issues. You know, Honorable Speaker, individuals are individuals. There are those accountants who would want to complicate the process so that at the end of the day, they get an opportunity for rent seeking. And I think that those are the people we are saying, now such accountants should be reported to Treasury, which actually is in charge of all accountants. In that case, then you'll be able to fast-track implementation, Honorable Speaker. The other matter, Honorable Speaker, which is important, is that when you look at this report, some of the issues coming out of this report is a clear indication of lack of capacity, either at the level of the CDF managers or at the board level, because the board is supposed to approve projects and oversee day-to-day implementation. Honorable Speaker, it is important that even as we plan, then there's a regular capacity building program for both staff, more so the fund managers, and also the board members, so that at the end of the day, we have people who have the right capacity to implement the projects. And these small issues being raised by the Auditor General, Honorable Speaker, will actually die a natural death. But when you look at in totality, Honorable Speaker, the issues being raised, you realize that CDF as a project, or any national government CDF program, still remains the best in terms of minimal misapplication or misappropriation of resources. If you do a tabulation of the total amount which is being reported here to have been misapplied or misappropriated, Honorable Speaker, you realize that the percentage is still so low when you compare to things like the national government, where we talk about 30%, or in the county government in terms of what is happening. So it means this program is still being implemented very well, Honorable Speaker, and we only need to address these small gaps which have been raised by the Auditor General, so that we have a program which will continue helping Kenyans as it is doing. Honorable Speaker, the other issue is the issue of the Auditor General. You remember when an auditor comes to your office, Honorable Speaker, there is always what they call the management letter. The letter which is normally is written to the manager, indicating areas where they think they have not gotten the right information or where they think there are gaps. And what they will do is they will give you some time frame in terms of either 2 weeks or a week, so that you respond to their letter. And when you look at this report, Honorable Speaker, most of the issues being raised here are issues leading to record keeping, that you are not able to provide this information at this time. I've seen some areas where they are saying later the managers were able to provide that information. What are we saying in terms of this recommendation, Honorable Speaker? We are saying, Honorable Speaker, that at the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, there is need for those who are in charge, the fund managers, to continuously keep on updating their records, so that when the auditors come to their stations, they are able to provide that information on time, and as a result of that, then we minimize some of these small areas. Honorable Speaker, you can see some of the reported figures here, about 30,000 shillings, 70,000 shillings not accounted, or records not provided. And I think really with the proper record keeping, this, you could really do away with some of these recommendations. My last point, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of marginalization, Honorable Speaker. You know, when I listened to Honorable, the one who was talking about the wards being a factor in distribution of the resources, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what we are saying is, irrespective of what formula you come with in terms of sharing these resources, whether you go equal everybody, or you go by ward, or you go by population, you realize that at the end of the day, there will be some unfairness to some specific constituencies. So what we should be doing as a House, as we legislate on this matter, is to minimize the unfairness, Honorable Speaker. Because, Honorable Speaker, for example, the Nairobi MPs, you find in terms of infrastructure, a member of parliament could be having only about 12 schools or 10 schools, primary schools, and 1 or 2 secondary schools. In totality, about 15 schools. My constituency, I have 132 primary schools and 57 secondary schools, Honorable Speaker. The simple implication is that in terms of number of students and in terms of infrastructure requirement, then I will have to put more resources into the areas than them in terms of the development of the infrastructure. But look at what is happening. You go to such a school, Honorable Speaker, you find in terms of enrollment, then they have 10 times the number of students I have. So while I need more money for infrastructure development, they need more money from bursary than me. Their bursary allocation is at 5%, just like me. So you find when it comes to Nairobi, they are very disadvantaged in terms of sharing the bursary bit of the CDF, but then they have an advantage in terms of infrastructural development. And that's why I was saying, Honorable Speaker, we need to have an inbuilt flexibility so that those who have more students could listen right to the board in Nairobi, and the board approves more resources for bursary other than the maximum of 35, and those of us who have fewer students can then apply to have more money channeled to infrastructure development. In that case, then you'll have a balanced development, which will be the benefit for all of us, and at the end of the day, we'll have developed our constituency through the Energy CDF program to an extent that then Kenyans get value for money and we better their lives. And I think that's the whole objective of this program. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support this report and wish the committee well as they continue looking at the rest of the country.
Honorable Malio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity that you have given me to speak about this report on Centralized Funds Accounts Committee on the consideration of the report of the Auditors General. I want to say that although this report is too late, it says for 2013-2014, and the 2014-2015, and the 2015-2016, it is important that we tackle it the way it has come and the time it has been brought by the auditor. I would like to say that NGCDF is a model way of implementing the projects, of which many of the government institutions are able to learn from this institution called NGCDF because of the way we normally implement the projects. The implementation of these projects is very well calculated and is very well modeled because from the public participation, where we pick the projects that the constituencies the community wants them implemented, then you put them in the paper and you put them, you send them to the board so that they can keep the records of your public participation. And after that, you are required by a letter to write the proposals through the committee, the NGCDF committee that is in the constituency. That is where now the Member of Parliament is supposed to put in together what he promised the constituency members when you are doing your campaigns. All the declarations that you declared when you are looking for the votes, you put your thoughts together and then to put them in paper together with the help of the fund manager and the CDSC committee so that you make the proposals and then direct them to the board. There is something that we have noticed because I'm a member of that committee. This is my second term to be in that to be a member of that committee. That majority of the, not majority, but a few of the members of parliament are not hands-on when the proposals are being prepared. You find that when you leave it to the committee members, they make mistakes. They put even water in that proposal. They put hospitals. They put roads because you are the one who understands the act, that the act is supposed to implement two major government projects. That is education and security. So you as the custodian of the knowledge of the operations of the NGCDF, you should put your head together with the committee so that you come up with a proposal that is acceptable by the board so that it is not rejected and then you have a to and fro kind of exercise. So, and then your funds are delayed. The other thing that is very important that we should know and which the auditor has also captured, is that the money that is dispatched to other government institutions like universities, secondary schools, and other institutions should be recorded. That is why the auditors went around and they insisted that every office should have an assistant accountant. It should have a clerk of works, and it should have an IT person. If those three people are missing in the constituency, you will find that the documentation is not done right, because the clerk of works is the one who supervises on a day-to-day basis of the projects and be able to bring them to the fund manager to find out how far the project has gone, which percentage of the project has been done, and what is the issue with any project, if there's a substandard workmanship or if the work is going on well. Number three, almost in all this in the auditor, the report here, it says that the auditor cited lack of supporting documents. Supporting documents on what you have given out. If you are paid to Kenyatta University a bursary for 50 students, did the Kenyatta University acknowledge with a receipt of the total amount of the money that the NGCDF sent as a check to the university back to the constituency so that the manager can file it for the auditors to come and examine that 50 students were paid, with their schools were paid so much for Kenyatta University. That is what the auditor has cited as lack of documentation and maybe the filing. Also in terms of projects, as was the projects opened in terms of a tender, was there minutes for opening? Was there a report of the procurement officer who is attached to the constituency, even if they are attached, two of you, two constituents are attached to one procurement person? Was there a report of the opening of the tenders? And if there was a report, how were the awards done? That kind of report is what the auditor is citing on this report, whereby the committee has been checking upon. Also, there is the 4 members committee, whereby the member of parliament is the chairman. An oversight committee, whereby periodically 4 times in a year, that committee is supposed to go around, inspect, and give a report of all the projects that have been done by the contractors and have been supervised by the clerk of works and the engineer who is attached to those constituents, so that the report, the feeling of the oversight committee can also feel what is the workmanship, is their value for money, even before the auditor comes to go around and inspect the projects. And also the NGCDF Committee of Parliament that goes around to check whether there is value for money in all the projects that are done in the 290 constituencies. Something that we have also noticed is that some of the NGCDF allowances and are paid in their own meetings. The auditor cited that there was no minutes found, but the payments were found to have been paid to the CDFC committees. So where were the vouchers? The vouchers to be filed, signed by every individual who has been able to attend the meeting, and also the minutes of that meeting, and everything that has been necessitated for the payment of the money. Because I can see my time is over, the MPs should be involved, should be hands-on to know what is going on.
Honorable Johanna Ngeno, followed by Honorable John Waluke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to also weigh in on this report, which I concur with it, supported 100%. Mr. Speaker, there are only a few issues which, of course, many members here have raised concerning the daily running of the NGCDF at the constituency level. Speaker, you know our role as members of parliament, obviously, is to oversight, especially the funds which are allocated this particular department. And Mr. Speaker, we wish to say that as an oversight team, in this particular case, we also have issues that we need to look, and we wish the committee that is concerned with the management of this particular kitty to look into. The Speaker, many members have mentioned the issue of the DA or the district accountant, which of course we know it is a government representative in that particular, in every constituency. So Speaker, and that particular person represents all sectors, whether it is a Ministry of Education, whether it is a Ministry of Roads, or a Ministry of all the departments. And they also have a role to play in this particular NGCDF. So, Mr. Speaker, just like what most of the members have said, is that for each year, management of these funds and for fast distribution of whether it is bursary, whether it is the money that is going to the projects, I think it is time the committee considers ensuring that the district accountant or the person who is supposed to be concerned with the accounting of these particular funds is employed through CDF, just like the fund manager is usually employed by the NGCDF board at the higher level. Same case with the public works. Mr. Speaker, sometimes these people, you know, most of the employees of government are answerable to their bosses. And sometimes when you give them to be answerable to NGCDF fund manager, they will always tell them that you are not our boss. Our boss is in the Ministry of Public Works, if it is a person who works for the Public Works. Same case with the DC. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish that we do a serious amendment to allow NGCDF board to do the appointments of all those officers who are supposed to be dealing with the management of CDF, right from the DA to the Public Works, even to the procurement, because sometimes, Mr. Speaker, the NGCDF is relying on a procurement person from the other department, and sometimes they are busy, sometimes they disappear. They don't care because obviously this is the work of the NGCDF, and they delay much of the work. So I think the committee should look into that so that we have a very good management of those particular, that particular kitty. Like also, most of the members have touched on the issue of reallocation of funds. Mr. Speaker, at times there is a necessity to reallocate funds, especially when, if for example, you allocate water to a school, and then maybe the county government allocates the same, maybe to a nearby hospital, and that water will be shared. Then obviously there is need for a particular constituency or a particular fund manager to reallocate to the committee to reallocate that money to something else. It should not be a hard process to do, Mr. Speaker. It should be something that can be done in a very easy and transparent way. And of course, the fund manager alone cannot do that. He or she has to give the authority, or the authority has to come from the board, so that it can be properly noted, and addendum should be sought from that particular board. Mr. Speaker, this report also, like most of the members have said, is a stale report dating back to around 2013, around those ages. Mr. Speaker, we are in 2023, and we should be, actually, this is not a very huge sector in government. We wish to ensure that the Auditor General should be looking into these matters so that we deal with matters which are current. We should not be waiting for 5 years, 6 years, 10 years to look into a report. Because this report is stale, it cannot even help anybody. Even if you were to benchmark on it, it doesn't have any vital information that can help anybody. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that the work of the Auditor General is to ensure that we get the reports as early as possible so that we can debate it, they look at it and implement it. Mr. Speaker, just like what members also have said about the amendments to parts of the NGCDF, Mr. Speaker, I believe also that this particular kitty was handy, and it came like an equalization fund. Remember, Mr. Speaker, the developments that normally go to the constituencies or even our wards or our counties either go as an allocation through the county government or as an allocation through ministries. Mr. Speaker, there is a fact that we must all accept, that even whatever government that we have in place, there are some situations that those governments behave. So that even the ministries which are allocated money, you allocate money to Ministry of Water, Ministry of Roads, Ministry of whatever. Mr. Speaker, there is usually a marginalization in the allocation of funds countrywide. So that you find some areas have never gotten any allocation either for roads or for water or for education or for all those other projects that are supposed to be in every constituency, Mr. Speaker. So the introduction of this NGCDF was so that whether you are in government, whether you are in opposition, whether you are, you know, all those kind of things, whether you have a minister from your constituency or not, it doesn't matter, because this money will still access those particular areas, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, whether you have had a presidency or not in your constituency, in your county, in wherever you come from, you will still get this money. So this money came like an equalization fund to areas which have been marginalized for many years, Mr. Speaker. I come from Narok, and we, the pastoralists in Narok, sometimes we feel marginalized so much by successive governments. And sometimes when we hear some of the people who have had leadership for many years, from 1963, still want to follow this CDF to take a little that we get from it. Talking about the population, talking about, you know, Mr. Speaker, the reason why constituencies were created, they are constituencies you are protected because of certain issues. There are constituencies which have even around 20,000 population, but they still qualify as a constituency based on so many other parameters. So sometimes when we are having a discussion as members, we must remember that the creation of constituencies was not based on population alone. There are so many other parameters. And sometimes when you are allocating money also, we must remember. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, there was an introduction of the equalization fund, which was part of the allocations. That was to be the three parts of the allocations: the national government, the county government, and the equalization fund. But, Mr. Speaker, the equalization fund has been mismanaged so that it doesn't work anymore. That was meant to go towards areas which have been marginalized for many years. Areas like Narok, areas like Turkana, areas like Wajir, areas like, you know, all those, Lamu, where there has never been any leadership, substantive leadership, or any development in those particular areas. But the equalization fund has so far died. I don't know, it was because of the county governments which interfered with it. I don't know, it was because of the governments which never wanted to implement the money. The only time we got equalization fund, Mr. Speaker, was around 2015. And that was the end of it. And there has been always an allocation to equalization fund. But there must be a case. After 1 year, there is a case. Another 1 year, there is a case. And the government is so happy not to release this money because of those cases. So, Mr. Speaker, the only money that goes to the constituencies, that goes down to the grassroots, is the CDF funds. So whenever members are discussing how to share these CDF funds, you must discuss with the role of care, so that you don't just say, because my population is big, and therefore I have to get more than 500 million vis-a-vis a population like Murwadikir, which is small, but I have so many circumstances in my constituencies that allows me to almost have the same amount of allocation to that constituency. So let us discuss these particular issues very soberly. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to support. Thank you.
The Honorable Oluke, followed by the
thank you.
The Honorable Wanjikumu here.
Very much, Honorable Speaker. From onset, I rise to support this report by the committee, Mr. Speaker, about centralization of NGCDF and the Auditor General's office. Mr. Speaker, this is a very good report, and it has considered all the constituencies, Mr. Speaker, in this country, Mr. Speaker. This time round, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General sent very many auditors to various constituencies, not like before. Before, the Auditor General used to send 2-3 auditors to the constituency, but this time round, Mr. Speaker, the auditor sent 6 officers, 6 auditors, Mr. Speaker, in the constituency. which is, to me, it is good, Mr. Speaker, to be audited. And the work of the Auditor General is to make sure that we get, or the government and the people of Kenya gets value for their money, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, CDF has done a lot of work in this country. And even after devolution, Mr. Speaker, you cannot compare CDF and the county money, Mr. Speaker. All these dispensaries, Mr. Speaker, and it is good, Mr. Speaker, you have been a member of parliament for long, and you have been a deputy speaker of this house. You and the Honorable Kabaru. The CDF, all these dispensaries we see in this country, Mr. Speaker, the health centers, the offices of administration, the water, Mr. Speaker, it has played a very big role. And if we manage it well, because it is seen by everybody, by every Kenyan, and you cannot compare. Some constituencies get 100 million or more or less. The counties get billions, 5, 8 billion, 10, 12 billion, but you cannot compare the work, Mr. Speaker, that the CDF money has done. It is good that, Mr. Speaker, that the management of CDF, sometimes it is slow in terms of allocation. If they improve on that, Mr. Speaker, so that we be quick when the money come, we can use it very fast to make sure that we build this country with this money, however it is little. The people who have let this country down, Mr. Speaker, are Treasury. People in Treasury, Mr. Speaker, they think that the money in Treasury is their money. They don't think that the money is for the public. So that the ones that lay to, Mr. Speaker, you finished your time. Mr. Speaker, they think that the money in Treasury is theirs. And they delay, Mr. Speaker, giving the monies to the CDF board. And not only even CDF, but in all ministries, they have ever with that delay, Mr. Speaker. With the current government, Mr. Speaker, movements should be quick.
Order, Honorable Luke. Honorable Mwali, you cannot inform a colleague by force. The standing orders allow you to inform a member who is willing to be informed. Honorable Waluke is clearly unwilling to be informed. So allow him to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for protecting me, because he has been on every member who contributes, he has been standing with the point of information about 3 or 4 times. So he just wants to interfere with some members to consume time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this country, you know very well, Honorable Speaker, you are a ranking member of this House, and you have also been on the board, on the committee of CDF some time, I think in the last Parliament. I don't know whether you are again at this time. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about the Speaker. You are not the Speaker. The Speaker is the Honorable Kaluma. is the one I'm mentioning. So, Mr. Speaker, this House need to be firm on some issues, like especially the CDF, Mr. Speaker, that everywhere, even in the global, we have had members of parliament from different countries coming to this country, Mr. Speaker, to do benchmarking, wanting to know how we use our CDF, which is a good thing, Mr. Speaker. As a nation, we feel proud that other countries are coming to visit to know how we use this money called CDF. Mr. Speaker, generally, as members of parliament, we need to support CDF. We need to show also to the public that projects are done well, because our work is to make sure, is our oversight, to make sure that we oversight properly, and problems of CDF, Mr. Speaker, will come down for those areas which are having problems. Nairobi is a city, Mr. Speaker. We get equal money with the rural constituency like yours, Homa Bay. But this is the city of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. It was built long time ago from Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, from President Moi, from President Kibaki, from President Uhuru Kenyatta, and now William. All the money, even when you compare other counties, Mr. Speaker, with the Nairobi County, it gets 60 billion, over 60 billion, Mr. Speaker, compared to others get 4 billion, 5, 6, 7 billion. And all the money sink in Nairobi city to build the city. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to check into this again, that the bill that was passed, Mr. Speaker, last time when we had gone to for campaign, it was passed, Mr. Speaker, by only 22 members of parliament. Others were not there. We had gone already to start campaigning. So they took advantage of passing that bill, Mr. Speaker, considering wards, not the constituency. And they did not read the Constitution, how it stipulates. 22 members of parliament, Mr. Speaker, cannot amend the Constitution. There were very few, and we need to bring this bill back to this House, Mr. Speaker. And if not, Mr. Speaker, we go to court. For some of us, our constituencies that have three wards or 4 wards, Mr. Speaker, we need.
The Member of Parliament for Kipipiri, the Honorable Wanjiku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I am glad to get an opportunity to speak on this motion. And on record, Honorable Speaker, let me put myself as present as the Chair of Regional Integration Committee, because in the beginning of this session, the majority leader was speaking strongly on how chairs do not attend the session. And I'm sure, Honorable Speaker, you know that I'm one of those members who will not miss any session. Honorable Speaker, it's also important that I come from Nyandarua, and very important that I speak on this motion, just to bring members' attention that the CDF, idea of CDF, hails from Nyandarua through the then MP for Orkarau, our recent senator, first senator, Honorable Engineer Muriuki Karoe. He was the father of CDF. And equally, the same first senator was very instrumental in establishment of GAF. And Honorable Speaker, it is important that particularly the women reps who are in this 13th Parliament do know that I was also very instrumental in the same establishment, together with Honorable Kajuju, Honorable Priscilla Nyokabi, Honorable Gladys Wanga, among many other women reps, and that clearly puts the record straight that Nyandarwa's leaders are very progressive. Honorable Speaker, I would associate myself with all points that have been made by the members who have spoken before me, but I will not associate myself with the two members, Honorable Ngeno and Honorable Chepkonga, on the issues that this report is stale. Even from the dictionary, Oxford Dictionary, Honorable Speaker, the report can never be stale, because the content of this report, there are quite a number of issues that can be implemented then, today, and even they are futuristic. For instance, Honorable Speaker, this report is speaking of late disbursement of funds. It was then and it is today. Honorable Speaker, late disbursement of funds delays implementation. All of us, when we join, when we go to ask for votes, we ask votes and inform our electorate that this is my manifesto. And by the end of my term, I intend to have my secondary school look like this, have water projects and such. So when we do not have funds in time, then we are late to implement our manifesto, and as such, I can already see this report is not stale. Honorable Speaker, this report is speaking very strongly on district accountant. I am a perfect example to speak on a district accountant, and I think district accountants and many other national government officials who are seconded to the constituencies through Treasury are stumbling blocks to the process of NGCDF. Honorable Speaker, recently I launched the bursary in Kipipiri constituency, where now every child in Kipipiri constituency pay only 2,000 shillings for school fees. I can tell you, Honorable Speaker, that 2 days before we were going to launch with many honorable members from this house, the bursary checks were not written nor signed by the district accountant. Honorable Speaker, these are government officers who will come on Monday to work, and they disappear. They live in other counties. They will come on Friday. They will put demand for them to write a check. They will want to be briefed. They think the fund managers are under them, and there is so much disconnect between these officers. And I would really support this point, and I support what Honorable Chepkonga and many other members have spoken of, that it is time we change the NGCDF Act and mandate the board to employ all officers who deal directly with the NGCDF, like procurement officer, the accountant, there is the fund manager is already employed by them, the clerks of works are already employed by them, but then the designers, those who come from public works. This will make the work easier, because we have quite a number of funds, Honorable Speaker, and we can attest without fear of contradiction that the most tangible projects on the ground are from NGCDF. And as such, I 100% second and support this report on district accountant. Honorable Speaker, there is issue of harmonization of funds. Honorable Speaker, you find a child A is given bursary by the governor, child A is given bursary by MCA, child A is given bursary by MP, and even the women rep, and could there be religious well-wishers other than Shakahola churches, they still support. And you find child B may not even have 1 shilling of the bursary. I think it is time as leaders, and I want to throw this challenge to the chair and the Committee of Decentralized Funds to sit down, burn the midnight oil, and come with a way of allocation of funds which goes squarely to funding education. If, Honorable Speaker, today my governor is supporting university education, he will remove me close to 2,000 students. If, for instance, today the MCAs are supporting the boarders, those who are boarding, they will remove for me close to 2,000 students. I will remain with 8,000 students who are all day scholars. As such, I'll be able to fund a minimum of 5,000 to 6,000 per child. And this will reduce the burden for parents. It will ensure continuity. It will ensure no child will ever be sent home for lack of school fees. So clearly this 13th Parliament must not end our term before we bring the harmonization of funds, particularly on the funds on education. Honorable Speaker, I'm also amazed by this issue of audit. The board has employed a number of auditors. They sent them to our constituencies knowing too well about our calendar. They know elections were done on August, and our term will expire on August. Why don't they put a time frame? And I hope Mr. Buno and the team are watching this proceeding, and send the audit team to the constituencies in a timely manner. Why do I say this, Honorable Speaker? Recently, a team was sent to Kipipiri. Honorable Kemunya has already left. The FADI manager has already left. The district accountant has already left. They argue that the papers have not left. Yes, they haven't. The papers are there. But who is answerable for the classrooms in Kipipiri which were constructed during that era, and now they are all condemned because they have all cracks? Is this value for money? Are we, as oversights of different funds in our country, standing for value for money? So I think it is time that the Committee on Decentralized Funds call the CEO and the team and let them send the auditors in a timely manner before the term ends of the 13th Parliament, so that I'm squarely with my people, liable and responsible. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, there is this issue of wards, the funds allocation on wards. Honorable Speaker, I happen not to have been in the 12th Parliament, but I don't know who informed this method. I have one ward which has more than 34 schools. So, but I have 4 wards. So when I am allocated NGCDF fund in accordance to the 4 wards, I'm obviously disadvantaged, because one ward is carrying maybe 2 times of another ward in another constituency, even a very neighboring constituency like Kinagop, because I may have more schools. Because I see my time is lapsing, Honorable Speaker, I wouldn't like to leave the floor without speaking on reallocation of funds, because the current times the governors are on the ground and they are doing projects. When a project is intended to happen and it hasn't happened, let's not make the reallocation of funds a very tall order to avoid the happening of reallocation of funds. I don't know if a minute will find me, but I want to say that some contractors also are very low. They do not follow the specs given. They do poor work, like
The MP for Soy.
Okay,
Honorable members, I have 10 requests against 25 minutes. So if we could compress whatever we are saying so that you accommodate colleagues, it would be very good. Proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to support the report by the chair for the decentralized funds. First, CDF is the cornerstone of development within the constituencies, and its support by the executive and also in terms of the regulations by this House will go far in terms of ensuring that what the members have promised their electorates, they are able to deliver. There are quite a number of challenges that needs to be addressed, Mr. Speaker, sir. First is the issue of the bodies that are involved within the ECDF committee. We have, one, we have the district accountant. Second, we have the fund manager. Then we have the CDF committee led by the chair. Sometimes you'll find in some situations they are not talking in tandem with one another. Each one is trying to do their own things. And in a situation, if I can talk about the fund manager, it is very important, especially to the committee that is concerned with the NGCDF, that is the SIRMA committee, to bring all the fund managers to retraining to make sure that they are all talking in the same frequency, because you will find out that some members are very good fund managers, some are very bad fund managers, but all these fund managers are under the board. So it is very important that I was thinking, because even in SOI, we have been forced to use acting fund manager, because the other fund managers, they were so slow in terms of implementation, and they seem to understand in their own way that were not in tandem with the committee. So it is very important that all the fund managers, they are brought together, they are given enough training so that each fund manager can deliver the same as the other fund manager. In terms of the district accountant, I think it is important that we create a NGCDF that can work in harmony. My proposal is that all these officers, instead of being scattered around, be brought under one roof, that is under NGCDF, with the authority of the chairman, so that we have the NGCDF employing the accountant, they employ the procurement officer, and also the fund manager becomes just a secretary to the committee, so that things can flow. Because otherwise, I can tell you, listening to most of the members, when they are talking, there are quite a number of issues that need to be addressed. Then on the issue of the projects, you will find out that the fund manager will be very quick in terms of paying committee sittings and things like that. But when it comes to paying for the projects, they are very slow in implementation. And some projects where you will find that maybe they have interest. There is this other ministry for the public works. What they do is that they tend to inflate the prices of projects, and those projects, sometimes they are not done well. But when you are doing oversight and you want to find out what happened, everybody, funny enough, just decide to disappear from space. And sometimes getting the officers to look at that project conclusively, it becomes very hard. And then you are told that you cannot proceed until you assign ongoing projects money so that you can proceed with the new projects. But those ongoing projects, you can feel very well. Everybody, or the public, can see that the money was not used well. Everyone can see the money was not used well, and they want you to add more money so that you can proceed with the new ones. So I believe the board should let the NGCDF at the constituency level work. They should not be dictating in Nairobi, so that all the issues as minute as possible are brought to the attention of the CEO, and it makes the whole work clock. Even changing an account number, you have to proceed all the way to the treasury for you to transfer the account. So it is very important that the board should work as per the law, as per the NGCDF law, because sometimes you have circulars that when you look at those circulars, you don't know they are conforming with which regulation, they are conforming with which law. So we want to tell the board they are not the legislative authority. Let them read the act, let them read the BFM Act, let them read all the regulations, and whenever they are releasing a circular, let it be in tandem with the law and with the regulations, because I have seen the circulars when it comes to the employment in terms of NGCDF staff. The law is very clear. The NGCDF committee, who is chaired by the chairman, is the one that creates the offices and the establishments as per the need. But you will get a circular from the board itself trying to list all the officers that the committee are supposed to create. And sometimes we might have different requirements. Like in my place in Soy, we have challenges when it comes to electricity, and we have even allocated money to support the government in terms of the match-up funds, that is the 5 million. We have the issues of the social welfare. We have the issues of the education. So we might require some liaison officers within those critical areas to be updating us on what is going on in terms of the utilization of those funds and the programs that we need to execute. But when you are constrained by the board, which gives it powers that they don't have, and purport to be advising the committee that these are the offices that they are supposed to create, and when you just thought it was an advice, then the fund manager tells you it is a law. We have also other programs, because sometimes in the division of these funds, we know there is 6% that is meant for administration. There is the monitoring and evaluation, a certain percentage. There is the environment, a certain percentage. There is the sports, a certain percentage. But you will get, there are also constraints. When it comes to sports, there are some constraints that don't fit very well on the ground. When it comes to the environment, you are told you can only take it to the schools. You cannot support the groups of youths who are involved in terms of growing tree seedlings. And sometimes you want to reduce on the issue of administration. Like you have a case whereby if the money has increased, the administration should remain constant, but you will have the fund manager insisting that the administration also should increase, and chances are those money are not meant to do any project. So I believe what should happen is we should have less in terms of the board being involved in the day-to-day management of the NGCDF committees, and let them work, and then they can just deal with policy, and whenever they are dealing with policy, let the policy be in tandem with the law, with the BFM Act, and all the regulations that have been passed by this House, but let them not go a notch higher in trying to be the legislative arm themselves. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you and I support.
Honorable Beatrice Elachi, MP Dagoretti North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the report, but also to appreciate that being in this committee, Mr. Speaker, I've had the privilege to go around the country, mostly in the coast region, in a few constituencies in Nyanza, and I've been able to see some of the projects we are talking about. What is very sad, Mr. Speaker, is when a report of 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016 comes to the House in the year 2023. And you're expecting to have results, and even our report says now the EACC. These are people who moved on, who have gone to other positions. They've also now left there another mess. Then you even wonder, really, even the Auditor General should help us, should help the country, and more importantly, to bring in also these reports a bit earlier. If we really want to really put in measures that when there are issues that are affecting financial resources of public resources, then we can have some answers that are critical, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, when I read the whole report, you find very sad recommendations, but then I want to say, if there is a fund that also is so easy to ensure you audit, it is the CDF fund. And it is simple because also it has a budget that is very itemized. And so you find it clear, these are the amounts that are put in 35%, 2%, and you can't go beyond that. So we are talking of 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2016, when we have changed again the law, Mr. Speaker. So sometimes then it becomes, as much as they've spent public resources, anyone who runs to court, and you know that, Mr. Speaker, will use so many words to run around from really being taken to account for what they have done. And so for us to move forward, one of the things that we have to do, and even the board must appreciate, that indeed all fund managers, I think it is time the committee in Parliament have a retreat with them. And even bring, because I know there are those who have issues with members of Parliament, we can sit and look at it, or even have a subcommittee within our committee, Mr. Speaker, to look at the issues first. Then we go for a retreat so that all these things are put into check, and then we come out knowing we have clear recommendations on how to move forward, so that we don't have members coming, a few of them feeling very disgruntled, how the fund managers are behaving. And I want to tell the fund managers, you are civil servants. The law is very clear. You cannot run away from your duties. Even for 7 days, somebody has a right to say you are not there and remove you. By the time you are finishing 14 days, you know you can be sacked. So I don't understand this thing of every time that you are not on duty. And the other thing, Mr. Speaker, we must look at is the district accounting officers who are good, yes, but I know they are few. And so you find sometimes you are so many in a constituency, or like in Nairobi, and my colleague Muafrika will agree, the numbers are so huge. So if you have a DA who is running 4 or 5 constituencies, I will tell you, in signing checks is not easy. It's not easy. So we have to agree where the numbers are huge, then Treasury has to rethink and see how to help also the DAs in terms of the work they do. I know they have never complained. I want to congratulate them wherever they are. They have done their best, but surely sometimes with pressure, Mr. Speaker, it becomes very difficult. Mr. Speaker, the other thing is that one of the things I have asked myself, and I need to ask today so that it goes on record. So we've been adding the percentage. We say it's 2%. But Mr. Speaker, you know, we add the funds, but we never talk about of how they will be spent. The brackets remain the same. So then you ask yourself, what happens in all that? Even what happens in the resources that remains with the board? Because nobody questions, but you've added, but the percentage remains the same. So it's something we have to question. It's something we have to sit down and ask ourselves, how do we deal with it? Mr. Speaker, it is important in this House to have amendments on the Act, especially on the Social Security, so that we start having education days in our constituency, academic days in your constituencies. It is important also to have competition of our best from the schools, maybe 5-5 doing science competition, maths competition, spelling competition, and all this, and ensuring also past papers that you go to Mtihani House, you are able to afford for the children, for the schools that we have. As I finalize, Mr. Speaker, I need to say that it is important also for members to be very, very close to what is happening in your constituency. With those remarks, I beg to support, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable MP for Kangema, the Honorable Peter Kiungi.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is to support the committee report. And Mr. Speaker, I want to support what the members are putting on is that in CDF, there are areas that we need to fill up. I remember it has gone on growing where the DC was acting the position of the fund manager. Then it was found that the fund manager office should have a substantive person who will be working for CDF. Now we have the fund manager. The only challenge that now the members are going through mostly is on the issue of district accountant. And Mr. Speaker, my support is that the issue of district accountant also can be cured if the account assistants, we can be able to employ somebody who can be able to fit that position of district accountant. I know the trust that the Treasury could have with a person is maybe a person who is registered with the professional bodies like ISPAC, whereby that person also can be given the opportunity to work or to do the duties of district accountant. And also whereby we have challenges of the engineers, maybe the clerk of work, who is registered by the engineer's body can also be given opportunity maybe to do the works of the clerks of works. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the only challenge I think the board should look at is the pay. Because clerk assistants, the account assistants being paid 30,000, nobody who is professional can be able to come work on contract with 30,000. Therefore, I think they need to review that money because so that we can get professional people who also can be entrusted to do the work of district accountant. Mr. Speaker, the issue I think members are not talking much about is about the release of FAD. Now we are left with 1 month. We have not gotten our FAD. We can't procure because you can't procure before you have FAD. Therefore, by the end of July, it will be said that the money was refunded back. Wajiko in the Kangema will not know that was the problem of the government. He will say Kihogi got into government, and during his first year, a certain amount of 50% of his CDF was taken back to Treasury. I think the government should take these things seriously. We are having money, should release the balance so that we can start procurement. The time is very short, and I know government is getting money. Should consider CDF FAD, which is the FAD that every Kenyan is enjoying, to release that FAD. Because within these 2 months, when will we procure? By July, you will find a lot of funds going back to Treasury, and the blame will be on us, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I wish to call on government, let's look on the issue of release. Let's not wait again. Even the leadership of the National Assembly, let's not keep silent on this. We are suffering, our people are suffering. Let's demand the money to be released as early as now so that we can be able to procure for this financial year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just may the Honorable Paul Biego.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, which I've really waited for. And as I stand, I congratulate the Honorable Mutemi. At least he has brought back the debate on CDF in a different form, and for also staying all this long. Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I think the structure of the CDF should be relooked because it has taken so long for an amendment of the same, because there are so many things that I would like the board to look into, and so that we can run it smoothly. One of the things that I feel that should be looked at is the issuance of bursaries. And you see the allocations that are given to the funds which are given in section 48A, the board should be in a position to also allow the primary school students be given CDF. These bursaries are on tertiary and universities and on secondary school. But to me, I believe that with this free primary school that is purported to be free is not free, and it's now very expensive to actually educate children in CBC and the junior primary school. So I believe that the board should not be stuck up, because if you are only waiting for students who have reached secondary school, students who have reached university so that you can be able to fund them, what about now the foundation? So I believe that the board also should look into it, because they have the powers and mandate to at least give some kind of allocations to primary school. And as the board sending auditors, I will also echo the sentiments made by my other members and my colleagues that it really makes no sense when you send auditors, whereas the people who did the mess are long gone. It's going to be very difficult for the new members to be able to know what happened between that period of time. And again, I would also want a negotiation or an alignment of new members with the funds manager, because there's a total confusion. You don't, as much as how we are mandated to be an oversight, sometimes I wonder how we are supposed to do it, whereas some things are overtaken by events. Sometimes even the committee members who are supposed to actually be independent sometimes tend to follow what the funds managers are telling them, because they do not know who actually and who they are serving. They should be serving the great people of their constituencies, but because they are just in the office just next to the funds manager, you realize that so much happens and they do not know who they should actually be answerable to. I believe that as members of parliament, when we are on campaign, we give promises, and actually we are given by by our constituents what they feel and what they want to be done, as much as how we still come and go for public participation. But of course, we are the ones also who know what our constituents need. So I believe they should also be, the board should also consider at some point our input, as is totally on oversight as it is. But I believe we are also, we should be in the loop, so that the activities that are being funded in the constituency at least are in tandem with what we told our constituents. And for that, I believe there should be some form of training to the members and these district accountants. The district accountants, really, in my place, I don't have a problem, but I just imagine in many other places, what the problem that is in Chesumei constituency is because of understaffing. These DAs sometimes are understaffed and they are beyond us, and sometimes we may not get work done in the proper and right time because of understaffing. So I would suggest that we also train our own, or even our own accountants who are in our constituencies, to have some kind of mandate or to be an assistant to the DAs, so that with equal mandate. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would also support the committee's recommendation that the district accountants be given, or we also get our own district accountants, the board gets district accountants who we can be able to reach, or we can be able to be given as and when we need their service. Thank you so much.
Honorable Gideon Muliungi, had you spoken to this? Had you contributed to the motion? Pardon? Or you're the mover, because you would have been the next. The Honorable Dr. Naomi Wako, the Member of Parliament for Marsabit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I stand to support this report that has revealed so many things, and also congratulate the committee, together with the chair, Honorable Gideon. They have done some great work, because the report covers from 2013 to 2016, and that is commendable. Quite many years, and that also shows that a lot of challenges that, you know, when people went through that time may not have been covered well. But from the report, the observation that has been made clearly shows that the fund did not receive supportive document in terms of the money spent. That clearly shows that proper stewardship have not been taken place, and accountability, there is lack of accountability. Mr. Speaker, sir, many have spoken about the fund managers, and there is need for the fund managers to be to practice in the same manner, and also qualify for the position, and also terms of reference. Their job description should be the same, and the government should also do capacity building for them, so that there'll be efficiency in what they are doing. Mr. Speaker, we know very well that NGCDF has supported many poor people and educated a lot of people. But again, when it comes to giving bursaries. In some areas, you see that the same families keep benefiting. I am for the idea that the same student benefit maybe for 4 years so that good result of that can be seen. But when the same families keep benefiting and maybe 5 children out of the same family benefit, there are other many poor people who also depend. So things need to be put right so that poor people can receive services and benefit from these funds that has had a lot of impact on the ground. The schools have been built, children have been educated, and many people have benefited, even in terms of employment of the people who work in the offices. And so, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the report and also suggest that uniformity, job description, visiting each other, visiting different constituencies to learn from one another, because there are constituencies that have done very well and have benefited and transformed their constituencies. Oversight role must be put in place, properly put in place, and the idea of district accountants that many have mentioned is a real problem, because most of the district accountants do not recognize the members of parliament. And this also affects women representatives when it comes to implementation of our work. Procurement officers also must be able to liaise and work well with the members of parliament. Effectiveness in all this will help our communities to benefit, but if we are not working together, then this huge money will not have any impact, any positive impact on people. However, I support the report and congratulate the committee members and also urge them to go further and see how this can be transformed so that the benefits can be felt from every corner. I support the report. Thank you.
Order, Honorable Dr. Naomi Wako. Dr. Naomi Wako, you will have 5 minutes to conclude your debate the next time the motion will be listed by the House Business Committee for consideration. I regret Honorable Augustine Mwafrika, the MP for Roysambu, the Honorable Kivai Ogesi, Vihiga have been waiting for a very long time. And I know the Honorable Dr. Oyula also came all the way from Embu Diocese to contribute to this motion. This motion is continuing tomorrow or as soon as the House Business Committee will schedule it. You will have your chance to contribute and give your thoughts. Honorable members, on the time being 5 minutes past 7 or 7:05 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, 3rd May 2023 at 9:30 a.m.